And joining us all across the universe, we are live on YouTube for USAC East Coast 360 Wingless Sprint Car Night at New Egypt Speedway. If you are finding us for the first time on YouTube, we are located in central New Jersey in the heart of the Pinelands, about 20 miles west of Seaside Heights. And we've got an action-packed four-division card on tap this evening. Of course, being headlined for the first time in 5 years by a stout field of USAC wingless sprint cars. These are 360 sprint cars. And you will see a ton of them here tonight. A full field is expected. Also, we want to welcome back our Swagger Factory Apparel crate Sportsman after a week off. They are rejoining us this evening. And as we mentioned earlier, two divisions of full-fendered frenzy action to get that out of your system. The XDP Street Stocks and our Wild and Woolly 4 cylinders. We expect in a moment or two, cars will start making their way onto the speedway as soon as our Packer trucks and motor trucks move off for hot laps. And then at around 6:20, we have our opening ceremonies and post time. First green flag of the night at 6:30. Again, concession stands are open. And if you're hungry, the best deal on that menu, in my opinion, is that cheesesteak. It's just shy of a foot long. It's only $6. They have peppers and onions you can add on it. You can get some marinara sauce for it. And for you folks joining in on the YouTube live stream, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button for the New Egypt Speedway YouTube channel. You folks here in person can do that on your phone apps as well if you want to go to YouTube, and that way you can watch the replay of this when you get home. We can see one of our officials from the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars making her way to the flag stand. Ladies and gentlemen, the famous Nicole Flood. We never know where we're going to run into Nicole Flood. She's like a whack-a-mole. She just pops up from racetrack to racetrack all across the Northeast. A lot of fun, too, especially when she's not driving on Route 422. Out in the Phoenixville, Limerick area there, near Valley Forge. But we want to welcome Nicole, our flagger for the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars. They also have their own announcer. We'll be introducing you to him. And boy, this gentleman and I have spent many a fun night at the infield at the Action Track Fairgrounds in Kutztown together. And now he's on the microphone, traveling with the USAC Sprint Cars. Mr. Kurt Bettler, you get to meet him in a second. Folks, if you've never heard Kurt on the microphone, you're in for a treat. Yeah, and folks on the YouTube live stream, we always love to know, where are you now? So if you are watching from anywhere in the world, let us know, and we'll give the live streamers a shout. Last week, we polled our YouTube audience, and it was like 75% of folks were watching from Florida. No doubt a lot of retirees from New Jersey getting out of New Jersey and moving to Florida. Hello. Some more of our officials making their way into place. There's Texas Terry carrying some trophies down there. New Egypt's head starter for many, many years. And last week, if you were with us, you got to experience the first ever in-car live video stream. And we had a GoPro mounted in Billy Pouch Jr.'s modified, and that provided some awesome shots. And we'll see if we can get that GoPro on a sprint car or one of our other divisions tonight for live, real-time streaming from inside the cockpit of the automobile. As we mentioned, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman returning this week after a week off. And they are sponsored by Swagger Factory Apparel. They bring you top-notch race gear crafted with precision and style with a legacy of over 20 years in the industry. Our mission is to provide race enthusiasts with premium products that embody the essence of speed and quality. Swagger Factory Apparel provided New Egypt Speedway with our official shirts. You can see everybody walking around in. And the infield fire suits. For more information, you can visit them online at swaggerfactory.com to learn more. Also in attendance this evening are XDP Street Stocks Extreme Diesel Performance. They are a leading retailer, distributor, and manufacturer of top quality OER and aftermarket diesel parts and accessories. Positioned all over the U.S., XDP houses one of the largest and most diverse diesel-specific inventories in the industry. For the last 20 years, XDP has proudly served the diesel community and diesel industry across North America and Canada. For more information on XDP, visit them online at Extreme Diesel, that's XTREMEDIESEL.com to learn more. Also, YouTubers, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, that's a QR code. And what you want to do is hold your phone's camera up to that QR code. Like magic, out of the blue, a link will appear. When you click on that link, that'll send you to our online shop for New Egypt Speedway apparel so you can show off your favorite online dirt track and wear New Egypt Speedway swag proudly wherever you are in the world, from Florida to England, upstate New York. We have people checking in from all over. Let's check the YouTube feed and see where some of our folks are watching us from tonight. Folks, let us know where you're watching our live stream from in the chat, and we'll give you guys a shout. If you also want to sponsor any portion of our live stream, please call the Speedway office. We can hook you up with different types of packages and deals. 609-758-1900. And tell the office staff that you want to sponsor the live stream, and we'll tell you exactly how you can do that. Race cars are making their way onto the Speedway surface. First one out of the gate, Dan Fleming. And the number 17, Sportsman. Dylan Morris is in the 34. Ryan Simmons is going across the scale. There's Dan Fleming. Yeah, we've got some folks in Florida, in Texas. Barry Woods is back with us from the UK. Tampa, Florida, Mays Landing. Bunch of folks are watching from the grandstands. Phillipsburg. Rich Clark checking in from Northern Michigan. And we know you also have tons of live streaming programs to choose from. We want to thank you for watching our show from New Egypt. Kyle Hurley in the 23 4-cylinder. Shane Grasso's in the number 17 from York, Pennsylvania. Joe Gary coming up the ramp in the number 26 on the backstretch. The 3 WP Sportsman, that's Will Protenick. Ryan Simmons right there in the Elegant Exteriors number 20. Pat Walls in the 5W. There's Scotty Freed in the number 72 Street Stock, going past the flag stand. Here's Joe Gary in the 26. Robbie Steinmetz in the number 97 4-cylinder. He had his car practicing last week. Rob Ormsby in the 19. Part of that thrilling street stock feature. Welcome back.
Before you do opening ceremonies, I'll just say something about your picture. You heard it.
Dale Moles in the 6. Keep your eye on that car. Feature winner. He's been fast all year. Lexi Wilson's in the number 1W. John Scarpati in the S2. There's the I'm Starving number 72. The backyard barbecue call, we like to call it. Steve Davis and the Premio Sausage Bubba Burger number 72. Bobby Drayton the 4th in the 409. His dad won the last 4-cylinder feature in the X09. Actually, no, check that. Dale Mull won the last 4-cylinder feature. Bobby Drayton won that the week before. So Pete Warman's back up in the booth, and Pete, you just did a pit walk. We have a stout field, 24 USAC sprint cars siding in this evening, and I believe they start 20 or 22, so we might even need a B main for them, but 3 full heat races for the USAC sprint cars, and Pete, a lot of cars back there. Great to see the USAC division really coming out in full force, both at Big Diamond last night and especially here at a lot of these drivers' home track at New Egypt tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great show. Nice full field of cars for them. I do not know about how many they start in a feature. We do have a couple of our guys here from the news, but only a couple. Some of them actually have like 360 rides or 360 cars, so this is going to be a cool show. We got some, and of course, Kurt Bettler will be here to call the action for the USAC wingless sprint cars, the 360 sprint cars. We have 26 Sportsmen signed into the back gate. The factory the Swagger Factory Apparel crate Sportsman. So that's a nice field for them as well. And this is going to be a heck of a show, Jim. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, of course, the favorite coming into tonight in the USAC division, of course, has to be the number 39 of Briggs Danner from Allentown. I've watched Briggs race for many, many years here.
Main entrance immediately after hot laps will be
the kids' bus ride will be directly following hot laps. They will meet at the main gate to get on the bus. So directly after our last hot lap session, all the kids that want to ride the fan bus in the pit area with the kids club, just go to the main gate, and that's where you can board the bus. But yeah, Briggs Danner got his start out at the action track in Kutztown running 600s and running speedsters, and it was a seamless transition to the big sprint cars, and Briggs not afraid to throw that car sideways and up and over the cushion sometimes, so you always want to keep your eye on that 39 of Briggs Danner no matter what track he may show up at. There's Bobby Drayton, the third. He's won a bunch of races this year in the X09.
Some of the crate sportsmen out there, if it's your first time here, that is the 5W right there. That is Pat Wall, former champion in the crate division. Will Protenick is in the 3WP. One of our rookie graduates, Aiden Spencer, in the 921. Mike Toth down in turn number 1 is in that 89. Matt Ellery coming by in the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub number 29. On the inside there, of course, is Ryan Heim in the 18. Ethan Bill is in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 14. The 22 is Tommy Klimkowski. And then that number 17 down in turn number 1 on the inside, that is a car that usually runs at Big Diamond. First time here, that is Tyler Vidal. Tyler Vidal in the number 17 out of Pottsville, Pennsylvania. First time here. Talked to him for a couple of minutes in the pit area. Looking forward to competing here for the first time. David Malozar, former rookie champion in the 32C. 17 is Dan Fleming. Mike Butler in the short load ready mix concrete 04. Stan Hunter Plosky is in the 27. He was our co-champion in the rookies with Aiden Spencer right here in the 921. The two of them finished first and second in every event, and we had exactly an even number of events, and they won the same amount and finished second in the same amount and ended up co-champions. Here's the third time in our 28-year history that we have had co-champions in the rookie division. There's Tommy Klimkowski, the exotic outdoor number 22. Of course, Steve Davis right behind him. Davis, our current point leader by 10 points over Mike Butler in that 04. Davis was driving a rush crate late model last night, his own, down at Georgetown, Delaware. Took it down there, didn't even realize he had one, but he's got a rush crate late model. Did actually pretty well till he broke in the feature and had to pull off while running in 5th. Ryan Krasinski in the PBA Local 160 number 18R. Christensen Recycling in the 9X. Another rookie graduate at number 3 in the infield just went in there. That, of course, is Chris Bergstrom, Ryan Simmons, our defending champ, is in the number 20, heading down to turn number 1. Nick Van Wickle in the 41 right here. Of course, we talked about Dan Fleming. There's Hunter Plosky, fourth-generation racer. Will Protinick in the 3WP, and Ryan Krasinski in the 18R. And Sean Cook in the 9X.
Checker flag coming out on the first session of Sportsman Hot Laps. Again, as Pete mentioned, 26 sportsmen in attendance, 24 USAC sprint cars, and they start 20, so there will be a B main for the sprint cars this evening. Second session of Sportsman Hot Laps making their way onto the Speedway racing surface at this time.
No, it's handle. Ludwig's not here. He's third.
They will break the Sportsman up into 3 different hot lap sessions.
You know who they are.
I know most of them.
Well, you don't see that all the time. Mike Butler picking up Mike Toth and pushing him into the pits. That clears him off the track. Tough break for Toth. Hopefully it's just a minor problem and he can get it fixed and get the car running again. Mike Toth doubling, not only second in points, but he's doubling as a push truck. Maybe they can use him when the sprints come out. John Norsha out there in the 81. The 51 is former rookie champion Ryan Marr out of Neptune, New Jersey. Hunter Pulaski staying out. Mike Butler, of course, we have talked about in the 04. The 20, Orion Simmons is out there. John Scarpati in the S2. And, of course, our other rookie champion with Hunter Pulaski, Aiden Spencer in the 921. Ryan Heim right here in the Kettles number 18. And the 34 is Dylan Morris. Last session, Matt Ellery coming out. Right, the car that let him out is Ethan Bill, winner this year. Regular for the first time here. He's the champion at Bridgeport last year. Looking to do it 2 times in a row at 2 different tracks. Ethan Bill already with a feature win under his belt back in May. Pat Walls in the 5W. Of course, Matt Ellery in that white 29. Tyler Vital is in the 17. Chris Bergstrom in the 3, one of our rookie graduates. Glenn McIntyre in the number 88, the Hugs for Brady 88. Steve Davis in the 72. The 22 is Tommy Klimkowski. David Malozar is in the 32C. Mike Butler is in the 04. Folks, still a couple divisions of hot lap here, and then we got to bring the sprints out. But at the end of hot laps will be the bus ride for the Kids Club. That is the Marcus Barbershop Kids Club. The bus ride takes you through the pit area, so they get to see the cars and the teams up close. And it will leave from the main entrance. So all the kids that want to be on that bus, take part in that bus ride, please meet at the main entrance immediately following hot laps. And it looks like sprints are up next.
All right, rolling out now, the USAC East Coast IMT Sprint Cars for their first appearance here in about 4 years, and we got a great field of cars, 24 cars on hand tonight. Being waiting to be pushed off going into turn number 1, a familiar name here at the New Egypt Speedway. From Phillipsburg, New Jersey, that's Bobby Butler. First time with the series this evening. He's a local here, runs here weekly with the new sprint cars. That's the 22J. That's Joey Crilly of Bordentown. And from Goshen, New York, at the number 10, that's Joey Cotta. He's a big wing guy, won a wing feature down at Bridgeport Speedway just 2 weeks ago at the URC Series. And out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, for the first time in a few months, maybe a couple of years, it's the Redota Trucking number 20. Give it up, Alex Bright is back. Chris Allen had a strong run last evening at the Big Diamond Speedway, rolling into the 5th spot. He's in the E.H. Allen Trucking number 71. Give it up, Chris Allen. Waiting to be pushed off for the first time this season with the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars from Columbus, New Jersey in the Bittner Automotive number 15. That's Mr. Twister, Mark Bittner. Pushing off, going down into turn number 1 from Milford, New Jersey. That's the Aviator. That's Patrick Shilmonic. Shilmonic really had some rough runs earlier on in the season with the group. Last night, rallied it all together with a 13th finish, but he just smiled and said, at least I finished for the first time this season, so hopefully we can go back-to-back today for the number 1. The BDB Construction and the BDB Graphics number 83 rolling in the home stretch right now from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. That's going to be Bruce Buckwalter Jr. Great to see the wingless sprint cars showing up at the New Egypt Speedway tonight. 24 cars strong. To see the fuel-injected wingless wonders run around this 7/16 D-shaped oval. I'm just about excited as all you people out there. This one's been circled on the calendar for sure this season. Nicole Flood says wind them up, and here we go. checkered flag is out on hot lap session number 1 for the innovative machining and technology USAC East Coast Sprint Cars. And they're using every inch of this speedway up just in hot laps already.
By the way, folks, for you tuning in on YouTube and you want to be a part of our 50-50, we have just popped the numbers up on your screen. You can call in and be a part of our 50-50 drawing. It's been over $1,000, even $2,000. Call 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. And we have people standing by in the office right now to take your 50-50 orders. You can pay a variety of different ways. So again, if you want to play along wherever you are, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. Next, USAC Sprint Cars are about ready to be pushed off. Kurt, we'll send it back over to you.
Thank you, Jim. It's been about a year in the seat of a sprint car, but it didn't take Alex Bright long. He was fast time in the first session. Alex turned in a lap time of a 17.643. Rolling out now for session number 2. Pushed past in the lime green, number 67 from Blandon, Pennsylvania. That's going to be Jason Cherry. Sitting idle on the home stretch in the Weichel Sportswear, number 23M, a feature winner at the Baps Motor Speedway with the series in May. That's the man from Morgantown, Kenny Miller. Pushing off in the apex of 1 and 2. From Boyertown, Pennsylvania, and the Hoyes Lawn and Landscape, K&W Realty, number 22R. It's the Boyertown Bullet. It's Ronald Helmick Jr. Rolling into turn number 1 right now. In the Thomas Brothers Motorsports, number 35, his third start this season with the East Coast Sprint Cars presented by Bear Den Farms, it's Blaine Emery. Rolling past the flag stand, the defending champion and the current point leader in the degree engineering, Roadrunner Race Fuels, number 19 from Reading, Pennsylvania, it's Steven Dravicki in the 19. Out on the speedway as well as GPS Services number 2 from Croydon, Pennsylvania. That's a fan favorite here. That's Brendan Hires. We got one around. It's going to be Jason Cherry coming out of turn number 4. Cherry in the Cherry Motorsports number 67. Turning that unit around. So, checkered flag is out on hot lap session number 2. Also out there was Ronnie Pavia and the Seals Pool Service, Maximilian Foundation, number 83. He's a crate car here weekly. Great to have him aboard this evening. Former street stock racer, but he told me in the pits, those open wheel cars are just so badass, I needed one. Final session on the Speedway right now. Rolling into turn number 3, the female racer, the 3H, Heidi Headed. She's from Doylestown. Coming out of turn 2 in the Chips Auto Service, Delaware Auto Glass, number 7 from Lincoln University. What's shakin', Ed Aiken? Coming out of turn 2 as well in the Tin Hoagie Customs, number 51. That's going to be Mike Hagenbottom. And Greg Shepsis in the 75 and his crate sprint car rolling into turn number 3. Stan Pulaski the third making his first start with the USAC East Coast sprint cars. As he accelerates through turns number 1 and 2. He's from Flemington, New Jersey. And Kyle Spence in the Fraker Highlands Power Sports number 42 coming out of turn 4 on the fence. Kyle Spence joins us this evening. Rolling out of turn number 2 right now, weekly with the News Sprint Car Series. He's a 2-time and defending champion and the current point leader, all-time win leader with the new sprint cars down here at the New Egypt Speedway. That's Mick DeAugustino. Calls all the way from Massachusetts to race at this fine establishment. Mick does have a 360 between the rails tonight, though, so keep your eye on Mick DeAugustino in the Tech Mechanical number 91. Also entering turn number 1, last night's feature winner going after an extra $1,000 tonight, courtesy E. Schneider & Sons, scrap metal. That's the Boulevard Trucking, number 39 from Allentown, Pennsylvania. That's USAC Sprint Car National feature winner, Briggs Danner. So Briggs Danner goes 4th quick that time around here, and I talked to Briggs earlier. He races all over the East Coast, the Midwest, and he told me tonight, he says, I've been to New Egypt just a few times, but I've never turned many laps there, if any. And Briggs Danner goes fourth fast that time, so he's going to be one to watch for that extra $1,000 courtesy E. Schneider and Sons scrap tonight. So here we go. We got the street stocks rolling out here, and back to your regular scheduled program.
Thank you very much, Kurt Bettler. Great field of sprint cars. We are looking forward to seeing 3 action-packed heats, Consi, or the semi-feature as USAC refers to it, and then the big A-main a little bit later on this evening. A couple of our street stocks on the track right now, some in the pits as well. The cars and stars on the track. There's Pat Force in the 18, Shane Grasso in the 17, Rob Ormsby's in the 19, and Scotty Freed in the 72. We have other drivers in attendance in the pits not coming out for the hot lap session. Jeff Handel is here with us, not on the track. Interesting story developing. Our third place points driver, Brian Ludwig, as of a while ago, has not signed in. We don't know if he'll be a late arrival, but that's unusual for Brian to miss a scheduled night here in the street stock. So we'll see what happens. And the yellow and the checker comes out on the lone hot lap session of the street stocks.
All right, it's no problem. I work with my race pass too. So.
And we've got
You have it on your phone?
we've got about a dozen 4 cylinders ready to come in hot lap.
I don't want to mess nothing up.
4 cylinders had last week off as they make their way to the Speedway. Kyle Hurley's in the 23.
Somehow I can get the tag USAC East Coast to that. I'll see if we got an hour away.
There's Bobby Drayton, the 4th in the 409. His dad in the X09. Robbie Steinmetz in the 97. Dale Moe picking up a exciting win 2 weeks ago in the number 6. John Chalella in the number 70. He's on the backstretch. And the checker flag falls on the final session of hot laps. Our track crew is going to spend a few minutes going to repack and probably rewater the track. Those big rear tires on the sprint cars combined with not a cloud in the sky and low humidity kind of drying out the track a little bit more than what we were expecting. So the track crew is going to come back out and they're going to do some touch-ups, and we will be back for opening ceremonies in just a few minutes. So a quick session here of our packing equipment to put some moisture back in the surface, and we'll get underway as soon as the packers finish up doing their job. Quite a few people checking in. We have people watching from Maine, Bridgewater, New York, Lakewood, up the street, Mooresville, North Carolina, checking in.
From Maine next
Billy Buzz Smith wants to congratulate Mike and Mandy Mahaney on their baby boy, as do all of us from the New Egypt Speedway. Congratulations.
Oh, we got a car that needs to be moved.
Another one?
He's announced to move out or will be so. We have a Chevy Trax.
Yeah.
Folks, we have a couple cars that need to be moved. We have a Chevy Trax, what it looks to me to be a black Chevy Trax, New Jersey plates LVE 57T. New Jersey plates LVE 57T. Black Chevy Trax. You're going to need to move the car immediately, please. We also have a Ford Flex. A Ford Flex with Pennsylvania plates MLS 1268. Pennsylvania plates MLS 1268. A Ford Flex that also looks black to me, but I'm not positive of that. But it is a Ford Flex with Pennsylvania plates MLS 1268. If you could please move that car, and I'm told another one is coming here, and I'll have another one for you to move. Pride in putting myself in the middle of this one.
Want to say hi to a big group from Columbus, Ohio, checking in. Mike, Nalo, Rory, and Chris. Jackson, New Jersey, checking in as well. And welcome Dave Buckaloo, Dave and Neil. They are here, but they're from Sebastian, Florida, checking in a dirt track tonight. Louis Antonelli is Dom the Bomb's dad, another one of our Florida viewers. Pete, we have a lot of people from Florida each and every week watching our live stream here. And if you're watching, we are probably going to be a few minutes behind schedule because of the track maintenance. Again, we want to give all the racers the best possible track surface to run on, so we're just taking a couple extra minutes here to wet the track down, run it in. Once the sun goes down, the moisture comes back up here. This is a really neat dirt track. Two different styles of racing. We have daytime qualifying and then nighttime features.
All right, folks, got a couple more cars that need to be moved. We got a Toyota 4Runner. New Jersey plates B46RFH. Toyota 4Runner, New Jersey plates B46RFH. Need to move your car immediately. We also have a GMC Denali, and it is personalized plates DJ Nebs. GMC Denali, New Jersey plate DJ Nebs, DJNEBBS. Please move these cars immediately, please. We don't want to have to tow them. Thank you.
George Schlickschnett checking in from Old Bridge. Hello, everyone, from George. Hopefully he's a fan of the Old Bridge Outlaws. Chris Allen Sr. and Chris Allen Jr. are both here. Nice crowd making their way to the grandstands as well. Good crowd for a beautiful Saturday here in the early stages of August. It's never too early to start talking about next weekend's activities here at the New Asia Speedway. Saturday, August 16th, 1 week from tonight, Oliver Communications Group Night, Katie's race. We run a memorial. This will be the second year in a row for this. In memory of Katie Mancini. Plus, we have the Mr. Crate Classic and match races for the Crate Sportsman cars. So this is a huge, huge event next week. Modifieds, Crate Sportsman, Street Stocks, and the Crate match races, including Katie's race, all sponsored by Oliver Communications Group Night next Saturday. You want to be here in attendance. If you folks are watching online, planning on any vacations, next Saturday would be a great opportunity to stop in maybe for your first visit at the New Egypt Speedway. Again, post time each and every Saturday night, 6:30, but we are going to be a few minutes behind because of the extra maintenance to the racetrack. And we will begin tonight's racing program with our opening ceremonies. We'll call you in plenty of time for that, followed by qualifying for the Street Stocks, the 4 cylinders, the USAC sprint cars, and the Crate Sportsman. There will be a semi-feature for the USAC sprint cars. Not sure if we'll need a B main for the Sportsman. We have 26. We usually start 24, so I guess we'll see how the attrition goes in the 3 qualifying races, but that's a look at our schedule right now. One more time, while it's quiet for you folks at home watching, you can join in on our 50-50, and you can do that by calling one of the 2 phone numbers you'll see momentarily pop up on your screen. Call 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. Our 50-50 jackpots have been between $1,000 and $2,000 the last few weeks. And we have a pretty big crowd here tonight, so there should be no problem getting that jackpot well over $1,000 one more time. So we have people standing by in the Speedway office to take your call. You can pay with credit card, PayPal, Venmo, a variety of different methods, and you can play along with our 50-50. We haven't had a winner at home yet. It's coming soon, but we have not had one yet from playing at home. So call those numbers to get in on the drawing. The biggest and the best 50-50s in Central New Jersey right here at the New Egypt Speedway.
All right, folks, the track crew is putting the final touches on here as we add water. Of course, a very crystal clear day here. The sun's been baking it, and the sprint cars, and we get a little dust sometimes in hot laps like that, and they put a little water down. We put more down than normal because it was a little drier with the sprint cars. The sprint cars run those really big tires. They tend to dry it out, and they're really throwing it sideways into the corners. So need a little bit more moisture down. And we'll probably have to do this again at intermission. But right now, track coming in good. We want to wish a happy 18th birthday to Frankie. Happy birthday, Frankie. Folks, we want to pass our well wishes along while we're waiting for the trucks to put the finishing touches on the addition of the water here and work it in. We want to send some well wishes out to our race director every week, Jim Mitch. Jim had a miscue with his mountain bike this week and suffered some pretty painful injuries and needs some thoughts and prayers with him this week as he recovers. He was going to actually try to get here tonight, but in too much pain. He's got some broken ribs and some other complications, so we want to wish him a speedy recovery, and hopefully we'll see him here soon. Back right where he belongs here at New Egypt Speedway.
Another big birthday tonight. Happy birthday, Donnie Richardson, right down front. Happy birthday, Donnie Richardson. Blame Dina for that one, Donnie. Blame Dina. So we love when Reverend Dan brings guests. He brings some preachers once in a while to fill in for him. But tonight he's got a really special four-legged friend here. Rev Dan, who is this?
Well, this is Morgan. He was a drug dog for the state. He went into schools to find the vaping tools. So what happened, vaping is legal, so he's not trained for drugs anymore. So he is now a therapy dog, and he goes with us to nursing homes, schools, firehouses, first aid squad, police departments, and he's really, really great to bring down that level that we're living in today. Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Yeah, and you're able to bring him on some kind of emotional scenes to help calm down victims of crashes, things like that, and tense situations. Morgan, very, very well-tempered dog right here. Beautiful dog as well.
He's a what do they call it? A Australian sheepdog. That's his breed, Australian sheepdog. So, and he's got a big ball. He herds the ball around the yard just like he was herding sheep. You know. Yep. Thank you.
Welcome, Morgan, to your first visit at the New Egypt Speedway.
Morgan, sit.
Sit, Morgan. There you go. Paul? I don't have any food for you. I had some cheesesteak, but I inhaled it before.
Yeah, that gets some gas.
Well, it looks like we're just about ready to get underway with our opening ceremonies. We've got just about all the equipment off the track. Hopefully this truck is making the hard right-hand turn, and he is. All right. It is post time at the New Egypt Speedway. We are ready for opening ceremonies. A nice crowd has joined us on a picture-perfect Saturday evening in the Pinelands. So now we ask everybody, if you would, to please rise, if you're able to. And folks, if you can remove your headgear as well. We'll turn things over to Reverend Dan Schaefer, and then we have a return special guest to sing our national anthem. Reverend Dan.
Thank you, Jim. Let's pray. Almighty God, first of all, thank you for a beautiful night for racing. We thank you for New Egypt Speedway and all the fine people that gives us the thrills and the excitement of racing on a weekly basis. We pray for, Lord, our country. We pray for leadership, guidance, protection. We pray for our leaders. We pray for our first responders. We pray for our military. We pray for those that are keeping us safe. And now here we are, the fast track of the Northeast. We ask, Lord, for your protection and your blessing upon this evening. In Christ's name, amen. Shalom.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dan. And now it's our pleasure to welcome back Miss Danielle Chalella.
Hi, Morgan. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
You can sing that any week you'd like, Danielle. Well, we have a lot of first-time race fans here with the sprint cars joining us for the first time in 5 years. Couple of rules to make the night as enjoyable as possible. You have to pay very close attention to these rules. And for you sprint car fans, rule number one is also important. Our first rule, when we announce your favorite driver's name, you need to cheer, make some noise, yell, and let the people sitting next to you know who you're rooting for. Number 2, it's a state law. All the smoking's got to be done back by the bathrooms on the opposite side of the picnic area. And rule number 3, when you come back next week, we want you to bring a first-time dirt track fan with you, because without your support, New Egypt Speedway wouldn't exist. Also, tag us on all your social media, photos, and videos. And now we're ready to go racing. Who is ready for some sprint car racing? All right, you guys are pumped. With the lineup of the first qualifier, we'll go top side to Pete Wortman. Pete.
Thanks a lot, Jim. And once again, welcome to the New Egypt Speedway. Tonight, of course, the headline is the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars are here with their biggest car count of the year, 24 cars signed in. They start 20 in the feature. So you will be seeing a B main with them as well tonight. And of course, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman are our headline division for our divisions here tonight. We have 26 of them signed in. Now, Swagger Factory Apparel brings you top-notch race gear crafted with precision and style. With a legacy of over 20 years in the industry, our mission is to provide race enthusiasts with premium products that embody the essence of speed and quality. Swagger Factory Apparel provided New Egypt Speedway with our official shirts and the infield fire suit. Go to www.swaggerfactory.com to learn more.
Staging area now, you're up next. 4 cylinders to the backstretch staging area now. You are up next.
Street Stocks ready to go for their heat race this evening. On the pole out of Freehold in car number 17, actually from York, Pennsylvania, Shane Grosso. Shane Grosso in the 17. His outside, car number 11H out of Tom's River. That's Jeff Handel. Jeff Handel in the 11H. Darren Cox back with us tonight. Will be on the inside of row number 2. He'll start third in the 92. On his outside, the original Old Bridge outlaw, Chris Allen Sr. in the 98. Starting at position number 5 out of Jackson in the 72, that's Scott Freed in the 72. Rob Ormsby had a spirited battle with Chris Lane 1 week ago. Lane not with us tonight. Rob Ormsby will start 6th in the 19, and Lane ended up winning that feature last Saturday. And starting shotgun out of Little Lake Harbor Township in car number 18, that's Patrick Force. Patrick Force in car number 18. Pat Force has 2 wins this year. Rob Ormsby's got a feature win. Chris Lane's got a pair of wins. In our abbreviated season after all the rainouts that plagued us in the spring and early part of summer. So they brought the heavy street stocks, and it looks like a Sportsman driver out here to help run the track in. After all that water was being put down, Mike Toth has got the 89 fired up after getting that assist by Mikey Butler to the pits in the Sportsman hot lap session a few minutes ago. As Pete mentioned, those big sprint car tires really did a number on the track with the low humidity and absolutely crystal clear blue skies today. Couple of drivers are coming to a stop on the front stretch, Rob Ormsby and Darren Cox. I don't know if they're signaling they want to speak with one of the starters or what, but they have pulled their machines down to the inside of the front stretch as a tow truck or a push truck comes over. And now Ormsby driving away and Darren Cox drives away. 50-50s right now in the main grandstand. We've got blue and white tickets. Couple of the stars of the four cylinders will be out during intermission doing the celebrity 50-50 battle. We have Dom the Bomb Antonelli and his buddy Kyle Hurley. And Rob Ormsby's going to the pits. Rob Ormsby to the pits in the 19. Chris Allen Sr. in the 98. There's Scott Freed in the 72. Pat Force in the 18. There's Darren Cox, Jeff Handel in the 11. And Shane Grasso in the 17. Yeah, don't know why Rob Ormsby went into the pits. Maybe a mechanical issue on that number 19. We'll see if he can make it out after the track is run in just a little bit more here. You can see they're starting to get speed up as Scott Freed kind of drifts his way down the front stretch. There will probably be another track maintenance session during intermission depending on how dried out it gets during these about 10 or so qualifying races. We also have the full fender divisions running their features before intermission. As the yellow flag comes out and we look to the turn 4 pit entrance to see any signs of Rob Ormsby. Well, now it looks like they are sending the street stocks into the pit area.
Street stocks, they want you back out on the racetrack. Street stocks, back out on the racetrack. Let's go. Street stocks, bring them up on the racetrack on turn 4 here by the pit shack. Street stocks, up on the racetrack, turn 4 by the pit shack, please. Street stocks, back out on the racetrack. Bring them up here on turn 4 by the pit shack. Street stocks, back up on the racetrack, please.
So we're just going to bring the heavy equipment back out just to run in some of the slick spots. It was a little bit slick for the street stocks, and maybe a couple more passes of the equipment that weighs a lot more than those street stocks to help get the track run in. A lot of water was put down. It will make for better racing, better qualifying racing. Scott Freed is back out now, and Shane Grosso comes back out. Probably had to top off the fuel tanks. They were out here for a little bit longer than they expected for a 6-lap heat. So you don't want to run out of gas on a short heat race, but of course they do all the math back in the pits. They try to figure out what the weight will be, how much fuel do they need to go 6 laps in the quick heat race, and those extra warm-ups to run in the track. They just went down in the pits to make sure everything was still good. Everybody is back out of the pits except for Rob Ormsby in the number 19, Scott Freed down there in the infield. Now some smoke coming out of the back of Darren Cox's 92. Terry's going to head down to see if the drivers are going to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down if the track is ready for competition. Perhaps another lap or two under caution. The field has crossed over. They're lined up 2 by 2. Still no sign of Rob Ormsby.
Hey, they're racing.
And it looks like we're to go green this time by for the first competition of the evening. Green is out. Shane Grosso leads the street stock heat race down to turn 1. Puff of smoke out of Darren Cox, 92 as he let off the throttle. He's going to look to the inside of Shane Grosso, fender to fender, down the backstretch into turn 3. Darren Cox, Shane Grosso, side by side, and Darren Cox will lead lap number 1. Scott Freed right there in the 72. Here comes Chris Allen, senior, to the outside in the 98. Top 6 cars, nose to tail, close together. As they go through 3 and 4 one more time, still Darren Cox out front. Not by much, though. Shane Grosso right there on his rear bumper. Chris Allen trying the outside groove. He's going to keep the momentum up off of turn 2. Cuts that gap down by about a car length between himself and Scotty Freed in the 72. This time by, it'll be halfway. 3 down, 3 to go. 3 laps to go for Darren Cox. Scott Freed puts a nose to the inside of Shane Grosso. Nothing there. He's going to try it again in turn 3. Big head of steam for the Scott Freed automobile. Out of turn 4, Grosso pushes up by the fence. Give the runner-up spot to Scott Freed, but now Grosso tries the crossover move. Good action for second on back in the street stocks. This time by, Darren Cox took last week off. He's back in the saddle this week. He sees the white flag. 1 lap to go for Darren Cox. Scott Freed watching Darren Cox about 6 car lengths ahead of him. Battle is for third on the final set of turns. Darren Cox is going to be your winner. Shane Grosso gets out of the groove. Here comes Chris Allen, senior, to the inside. And Shane Grosso got in that slick stuff, and he went from 3rd to 6th in 2 turns. So it took a while to get the first event underway, but it was an exciting one for Darren Cox, who picks up the win. Freed was 2nd. Don't mind the scoring pylon. That's not correct. And we'll try to get that issue worked out throughout the evening. But up next, we're going to turn the microphone back over to Pistol Pete Warburton. He's going to have the call tonight of the 4 cylinders. I believe we have a pair of heats for the 4 cylinders.
Please be ready.
Thanks a lot, Jim, and I appreciate being able to do the 4 cylinders, as only have them and the Sportsman to do tonight. Jim will be doing the street stocks. Of course, Kurt Bettler here to announce the USAC East Coast sprint cars. So this is how they're going to line up in your first of 2 4-cylinder heat races. So the top 4 in each of these heats will be handicapped in the first 8 starting spots. They'll get their handicapping back. And this is how they're going to line up. Robbie Steinmetz, 6 cars in each of them. Top 4 get their handicapping back. Robbie Steinmetz is in the 97S. He'll start on the pole. Then it's the 88A of Dominic Antonelli. That blue and pink 88A. Folks, we got a gray Toyota, a RAV4. A gray Toyota RAV4 parked in a handicap spot. Pennsylvania plates, LWW 7886. And it's still running. So I don't think you need to move it. I think you just need to go turn it off. May not realize you left it running. That's a Toyota RAV4 in the handicap spots. May want to go turn that off so you have some gas left to get home. We are green down the front. Kyle Hurley is in the 23. The 26 is 3-time champion Joe Gary Sr. Bobby Drayton, who's the winner this couple of times this year, is in the X09, and the number 4 is Logan Mull. Second time out for Logan. Steinmetz way up high on the track against the outside guardrail. Here comes Hurley, our defending champ. Hurley makes his way through on the inside, gets under Steinmetz. Steinmetz gets back in the groove and right up on his back bumper there as they go down the back. Gary in third, Drayton now moving into fourth. That's Bobby Drayton the third, the original Bobby Drayton. He's got 3 wins on the year. And Logan Mull spinning in turn 4. Logan only out for the second time, and car gets out from under him there, and he ends up against the guardrail. He's already corrected and coming back around to join the field. All right, New Egypt Speedway pace truck makes the left into the infield, and now we're getting too wide. Dom the Bomb is slid back to 5th. Got to be in the top 4 to get your handicapping back, and we are back to green. Defending champ Kyle Hurley. Hurley has missed 2 shows this year. Is back in 11th in points coming into the night, and he leads them down the back by a couple of car lengths over Steinmetz. Whoa, Steinmetz getting loose, but he gets it back under him, and he'll only lose 1 spot. Good job by Steinmetz. That looked like it might be disastrous, and he reeled it in and stays running 3rd and keeping his handicapping. Drayton is 4th, then it's back to Antonelli and Logan Mull. Into 3 and 4. This will be 2 to go. 2 laps to go down the front for Kyle Hurley and the rest of the field. Drayton looking under Steinmetz out of 4. He'll take another look in turn number 1 and get a nose next to him, as Hurley and Gary Sr. opening up on the rest of the field. Spread out into 3 2-car groups. Steinmetz just gets a little out of shape there. White flag is out, and Drayton will try the outside of Steinmetz now. Steinmetz, and we have a yellow. And it is Logan Mull, this time into the turn 4 fence. But I'm not sure he hit it or didn't hit it real hard. He backs up away and looks like he's going to rejoin at the rear, as he's got it back in gear now. All right, 2 by 2. We are double file till the end in all preliminary races, and until 5 to go in our feature events. Green and white together, and we're back underway. And Hurley grabbing the lead with Gary Sr. Now Drayton taking over 3rd with Steinmetz on the bubble of the handicapping. Into turn 3, final 2 turns. Hurley bringing him through. Drayton looking at the outside of Gary. Down the front, checkered flag is out.
Hey, Dustin, I screwed that up on you. Yeah, I was trying to do that and I heard you like,
So Kyle Hurley is your winner in the 23. Second was Joe Gary Sr. in the 26. Third, the X09 of Bobby Drayton the third. And finishing in fourth, the 97S of Robbie Steinmetz. One more four-cylinder heat coming at you. 6 more cars. Top 4 will get their handicapping back for the first 8 starting spots tonight. And the sprints are being pushed up onto the track. Not sure why that is, because we have another four-cylinder heat. Well, the sprint heat is next after the four-cylinder heat. We'll see how they'll sort this out. I think we're going to have to push them into the infield real quick. Not the sprint's fault. They're sitting in the car and got told to push them up, and they're all out there. Well, I'll give you the starting lineup for the second four-cylinder heat. We'll see how they'll sort this out here as the four cylinders going over the scale heading back to the pit area. Penny Dunn is in the 51P, and she will start on the pole. And then it will be Bobby Drayton the fourth in the 409. Justin Dunn is in the 69. He is a 3-time champion here. He'll start in the third spot. Then it'll be Dale Mull at a Chatsworth in the number 6. John Chalella is in the 70. He'll start 5th, and then it'll be Scott Dunn in the 03. And we are pushing the sprints into the infield temporarily here till we run this four-cylinder heat. There were 2 four-cylinder heats tonight. Looks like Pat. Brendan Hires heading back to the pit area as he got pushed off. All right. So the sprint's being lined up in the infield temporarily, and we will then bring the four cylinders around. They were told to wait until we got the track clear to come around to the front straightaway. So the second heat, once again, 6 cars, top 4 will get their handicapping back. Dale Mullen at number 6 is a feature winner 2 weeks ago, back on July 12th, 2 races ago. Good to see Penny Dunn back behind. He's actually never lost a week after the injury that took place, and minor injury. There goes Dominic Antonelli back to the pits from the first heat. We got 5 cars out there. We had 6. No Scott Dunn making the call. He was supposed to start last in the 03. I do not see him. The elder statesman of the Dunn clan as the green comes out here, and we are racing down the front. And it's Bobby Drayton the 4th, grabbing the early lead from Penny Dunn. Here comes Dale Mull around the outside in the 6. Dale Mull, the Mulls parked right with the Draytons way down at the end of the pits down there. And Drayton the 4th way outside by the fence. Here comes Dale Mull underneath him, and Dale Mull will lead at the line. Penny Dunn in 3rd, Justin Dunn right there as well. Justin Dunn second in points. He was a feature winner on June 28th. Dunn, of course, a three-time champion here. Off the corner, Dale Mull leading Bobby Drayton the fourth. Back to the flag as they complete lap number 2. Down the back and into turn number 3, Dunn, the 2 Dunns, Penny on the outside. And Justin Dunn down on the bottom. And Justin looks, but will pull back in behind Penny going into turn number 1. John Shalella back with us tonight. Just a little off the pace. First week back, getting kind of the car set back up. 2 laps to go on the field, 2 to go. The battle is for third. Top 4 getting their handicapping back. That is a battle between Justin Dunn and Penny Dunn. Off the corner and back down the front, Dale Mull gets the white flag. Checkered flag coming out, and Dale Mull is your winner in the number 6. Second was the 409 of Bobby Drayton, the 4th. Then it was the 69 of Justin Dunn and the 51 of Penny Dunn. Those 4 cars get their handicapping back here out of heat number 2. So that completes 4-cylinder qualifying. We'll get the 4-wheelers and the push trucks into the infield to get the sprint cars. And while that's happening, let's turn it over to the voice of the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars, Kurt Bettler. Kurt?
Well, thank you, Pete. Beautiful evening here outside here at the New Egypt Speedway. We are ready for 3 heat races for the innovative machine technology East Coast Sprint Cars. To everybody watching on YouTube, my name is Kurt Bettler. I'm a past racer, past announcer at the Mahoning Valley Speedway, and been here to New Egypt quite a few times, racing the Sportsman cars and also helping out a family friend, Mike Toth, who's racing the Sportsman cars here as well. Traveling the whole Northeast with dirt modifieds. And now, luckily, get to work on the USAC East Coast Sprint Car Tour. And it's been a pleasure so far.
I got a bunch of...
Folks, we got more cars that need to be moved. A Volkswagen Tiguan, New Jersey plates L89 VGB. We got a Subaru Forester N27 MLX, New Jersey plates. And we got a Ford Ranger, a Ford Ranger M46 UFC. These are all New Jersey plates. And a Kia Sportage D52 VGE, and a Nissan Altima Pennsylvania plates 03223. They are dealer plates in Pennsylvania. Thank you.
So I guess that is the fact of you can't park there. First out, heat race number 1. It's going to be sponsored by BDB Graphics. They're the official graphics company to the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars. Bruce Buckwalter out of Mechanicsburg is responsible for the great-looking checks, contingency stickers, and so much more. Check out BDB Graphics today. On the pole for heat race number 1, It's going to be the man from Morgantown in the 23M, Kenny Miller III. Outside front row, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania's 21K of Tommy Kunzman Jr. And in the inside second row from Ole, Pennsylvania, the Thomas Brothers, number 35, it's going to be Blaine Emery. Joe Cotta coming at you from Goshen, New York. He's rolling off fourth. And Bruce Buckwalter Jr. from Mechanicsburg in the 83 rolling off fifth. Brendan Hires got the crate motor back in tonight for the New Egypt USAC Sprint Car Festival here. He's going to roll off at sixth. And Patrick Shomanek, the aviator from Milford, New Jersey, in the number 1, rolling off seventh. Heidi Hedden, a household name here at the New Egypt Speedway. She's going to start from the back with the 3H. 8 laps the distance, 5 qualify, and 3 redraw. Kenny Miller and Tommy Kunzman coming off great runs last night at the Big Diamond Raceway, where the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars were in action. Miller charged to the 3rd spot, where Kunzman came back after not running a sprint car since April and finishing in 4th. Joe Cotta also had a top 10. And the lights go out, and we are ready for thunder and lightning here at the New Egypt Speedway. Green is out. Kenny Miller jumps to an early lead. Tommy Kunzman trails Blaine Emery to the inside, and Cotta and Emery go side by side. Give the nod to Cotta. Brendan Hires trying that outside line, going into turn 3, looking to make some hay with that new sprint car. The man from Morgantown leads lap number 1 over Kunzman and Cotta. Bruce Buckwalter now works his way into the 4th spot. Crisscross. Emery tries the bottom, can't make anything work. Give the 4th spot to Buckwalter, but no, since the 35. He's coming back on Buckwalter. Hires continues to work the outside line. 3 wide battle, could it be for the top 5 spot? 5 transfer, and that is a very, very lucrative position if you can lock yourself into the heat race here. Kenny Miller continues to lead the race, stretching his legs over Tommy Kunzman. Kenny Miller's first time at the New Egypt Speedway, and he's making it look like he's a seasoned veteran down the back. Into turn 3, just runs that middle line to bottom. Nice slide job over there by Patrick Shomanek on Blaine Emery in the 35. Give the nod to Shomanek for that last and final transfer spot. Do not count out Brendan Hires as he's peppering the fence, kicking up the dust, looking for that last transfer. Hires gets around the 35 to 35, just a little slow down the straightaway. Hires now going to go to work on Patrick Shomanek. Hires in the fence coming out of turn 2, using up all the 7/16 of a mile. White flag is up for Kenny Miller. Miller down the back through 3 and 4. The man from Morgantown is going to take home BDB Graphics Heat Race number 1. Give second place to the Kunzman Excavating 21K of Tommy Kunzman. Third place to Joe Cotta. They are the invert drivers. BDB Graphics 83 of Bruce Buckwalter. And the number 1 of Patrick Shomanek are your qualified cars. So the top 3 go to a redraw, which will take place down at the USAC East Coast Van after all the heat race competition is completed. 1 through 9. And if anybody asks, Briggs Danner cannot draw the number 1 pill. He cannot start any better than the 9th position tonight, so we are bound to have a show. Innovative Machining and Technology, located in Boyertown, Pennsylvania, family-owned since 1988. They specialize in machining and fabrication of OEM parts for power generation and turbines. Using alloys, machining, CNC machines, and production, they've been ISO certified since 2011, turning it into a worldwide business. Innovative Machining Technology is the title sponsor of the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars. Rolling out now is E. Schneider & Son Scrap Metal Heat Race number 2. E. Schneider & Son Scrap Metal has 3 scrap and recycling locations located in Allentown, Pennsylvania, Easton, and Hellertown, Pennsylvania. Check out E. Schneider & Sons on the internet or on Facebook for more. E. Schneider & Sons also sponsoring the entire weekend, offering up an extra $100 to every starting car in the A main, pushing the start money to $325 for the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars and the winner share to $1,600, and a $1,000 bonus for somebody who can sweep the weekend. And Briggs Danners won Big Diamond last night, so he's looking for an extra $1,000 out of E. Schneider & Sons. On the pole for heat race number 2, driving out of Old Bridge, New Jersey, the EA Trucking, number 71, that's Chris Allen Jr. And another household name here to the New Egypt Speedway, driving out of Phillipsburg, New Jersey, in the Premier Lathing, number 5B, it's Bobby Butler. For the first time this season, in the Redota Trucking, number 20, from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, this is Alex Bright. And another first-timer this season, but no stranger to New Egypt, from Columbus, New Jersey, driving the Bittner Automotive number 15, it's Mark Bittner. The all-time feature winner here in the 305 Sprint Cars, driving to you from Levittown, Pennsylvania, in the Tin Hoagie Customs, Kelly-owned number 51, it's Mike Higginbottom. And a regular here on a Saturday night from West Creek, New Jersey, driving his new sprint car, first time ever with the USAC East Coast Series, it's Ronnie Pavia. On the fence, Kyle Spence in the Highlands Power Sports, number 42, owned by Frakers. Rolling off at 7th. And your point leader and defending champion in the Degree Engineering Roadrunners Race Fuels, number 19 from Reading, Pennsylvania, it's Steven Dravicki. A very diverse group here between Bright, Bittner, Higginbottom, and Dravicki. They've all made starts in national USAC competition, whether it's in the sprint cars or in the Silver Crown cars. Along with on the fence, Kyle Spence, a micro sprint legend. Bobby Butler has won here in any form of racing that he's attempted. He's won in the crate Sportsman. He was the first ever News Sprint Car champion here in 2016. So lots of talent to watch in E. Schneider & Sons Heat Race number 2. Three to the redraw, 5 qualify, 8 laps. Nicole Flood gives him the 1 to go. Looking for the green this time. Green is out. Allen gets a good jump. Wright and Butler go wheel to wheel. Check out Bobby Butler on the top side. Can he make it stick? He's got the rooster tail coming out of 2. He's going to hold on to second. Butler once again way up to the top shelf. Wright works underneath of him side by side for that second spot. Chris Allen says, you boys keep battling. I'm going to try to check myself out here. Dravicki now to the top side on Spence, further back. Allen continues to lead right now, starting to chop into that lead. Bobby Butler looks on to that third invert spot. The battle now for fifth. Hagenbottom, Spence, and Dravicki all trying to work for that fifth and final transfer spot. Christopher Allen enjoying a nice Saturday afternoon drive. Meanwhile, Alex Bright says, I got something to say about that. It's not going to become so easy. Here comes Alex Bright now, working the back bumper over on the E8. Allen trucking number 71. Battle for fifth rages on back there. It's Hagenbottom. Now Dravicki taking the sixth spot over on the fence, Kyle Spence. Pretty sure Bright just gave Allen a shot in the shorts coming out of four. Crisscross, here comes Alex Bright, the Redona trucking number 20. Side by side down the back T-shape. They go into three, wheel to wheel. Close quarters action here at the New Egypt Speedway. Alex Bright once again ducks to the inside of Chris Allen. Can't make anything work. Meanwhile, Steven Dravicki is into the top five. White flag is out for Old Bridge, New Jersey's Christopher Allen. He's driving like he's got a mirror in the car. Alex Bright, one last bid to the inside. Through 3 and 4, who's it gonna be? Alex Bright wins heat race number 2, sponsored by E. Schneider and Sons, over Christopher Allen. Bobby Butler's the invert. Mark Bittner and Steven Dravicki move on to the 25-lap feature. Well, if you didn't like that one, folks, check your pulse. Bear Den Farm, located in New Tripoli, Pennsylvania. Bear Den Farm was built by Nick and Todd Bear. They maintain a small herd of free-range, naturally raised Angus cattle, which they sell in quarter, half, and whole quantities. The Angus steer are raised naturally with no antibiotics, vaccines, or added hormones. Check out Bear Den Farms on Facebook or check out the USAC East Coast Facebook page for more details. That is Bear, B-A-E-R, Den Farms on Facebook. Boulevard Trucking Heat Race number 3 rolls to the Speedway. And on the pole, in the Chips Auto Center, Delaware Auto Glass, number 7, from Lincoln University, Pennsylvania. He is second place in points right now with the series. This is Ed Aiken. Another household name here at the New Egypt Speedway, driving out of Flemington, Pennsylvania, and number 27, it's Stan Pulaski III. Feature winner at the Kokomo Raceway just a few short days ago with the Indiana Sprint Week, with the AMSOIL USAC National Tour. Feature winner last night at the Big Diamond Raceway. Driving the Apache Transport, Boulevard Trucking, number 39. From Allentown, Pennsylvania, it's Briggs Danner. Driving the Hoyes Landscape, number 22R. From Boyertown's, the Boyertown Bullet, this is Ronald Helmick. Rolling off in 5th from Blandon, Pennsylvania, the number 67, it's Jason Cherry. And the all-time news feature winner here, he sits on top of the standings right now at the New Egypt Raceway. all the way from Taunton, Massachusetts. He's got a 360 between the pipes tonight. It is Mick DeAugustino. Joe Crilly out of Bordentown, New Jersey, driving the Valco Wheels number 22J. First time with the series, but a regular here at the Speedway. He's going to roll off 7th. And Greg Shepsis starting 8th in the number 75. Great story about Shepsis earlier. A few weeks ago, he came down to us at the Bridgeport Speedway after you guys had suffered a rain out, and he asked series promoter and president Ed Aiken, can we race with you guys? And he had American Racer tires. We are a Hoosier Racing Tire thing, and all the pit area gathered some stuff together just to have Greg down with us. Greg was very nice, knocked the front end out of the car. They put it back together, and Ed Aiken, our series president, put together a nice little presentation of parts to keep Greg Shepsis going. He's a great kid. He just wants to keep on racing, and we're glad to have him here tonight with the USAC series, and we hope he continues to come back and support our events. So once again, 8 laps the distance, top 3 to the redraw, top 5 transfer, the rest to the B main. Ed Aiken, victory eludes him in the USAC East Coast Series. Never won without the lid on yet. He's been close. He's second in points. A vibrant race car. But he's got Briggs Danner starting right on the tail, and a hard-charging Ronald Helmick. Interested to see how Mick DeAugustino runs at his home racetrack with a 360 in. He could be the sleeper here tonight for sure. Lights are out through 3 and 4 to the start cone. Looking. Aiken punches it. Early lead for Ed, but check out Stan Pulaski on the outside of Ed Aiken. 3-car battle for the lead. Aiken takes the top spot, pulls Briggs Danner with them. Aiken's gonna lead lap number 1. Danner second, Pulaski third. Mick DeAugustino just rolling the bottom. He's gonna try to take 4th from Helmick. Close quarters racing for the lead. Danner tried the top side. Aiken closed the door on him, and the battle rages on. Aiken leads that lap, but you couldn't put a toenail between them. There goes Danner around the top side. He is your new race leader. Briggs Danner had been to New Egypt, but never turned a lap here. Looking like a seasoned veteran on the New Egypt 7/16s. Battle for 4th heating up with the Boyertown Bullet and Mick DeAugustino. Danner's got the Hogue Motorsports 39 set on cruise control and stretching his legs. DeAugustino works the bottom on the Hoyes Landscape number 22R. Can't make anything work for that 4th spot. Battle for 6th going on right now. Looks as if it's Joe Crilly and Jason Cherry sliding around, exchanging sliders for each other. Looking for that top 3 starting spot in the B main. White flag is out for Allentown's Briggs Danner. driving the All Shucks Corn. Each Schneider and Son, the number 39 down the back. Through 3 and 4, we got a battle for second brewing up with Aiken and Pulaski. Danner's gonna take the checkered. The race is still in the top 4. Aiken second, Pulaski third. They're the redraw drivers with Helmick and DeAugustino, your qualifiers. Fans of New Egypt Speedway, what do you think about those wingless sprint cars? Looks as if we got some Sportsman heats coming up. And Pete, thank you very much. Back to you. I'll see you back here for the Consi.
Thanks a lot, Kurt. Three heats coming out for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. After those exciting sprint car heat races, their B-main and feature are bound to be good. Their B-main is going to be loaded with some really good cars trying to make the final 5 starting positions. All right, this is the way they're going to line up now. We got 26 of the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman here. So 6 will qualify out of each of these heat. The top 5 get their handicapping back, and this is how they'll line up. Starting on the pole in the Christensen Recycling, number 9X is Sean Cook out of Wrightstown. And alongside of Cook, you saw him out here for a couple of laps behind one of the heat races. After getting the problem from Hot Laps sorted out, that is Mike Toth out of Hellertown, Pennsylvania in the 89. He lines up outside the front row. Third starting spot, former rookie champion here in the 51 out of Neptune. That's Ryan Marr. And then it's Ryan Krasinski in the 18R starting outside row number 2. Fifth starting spot in the Service Tire Truck Center number 5W is Pat Wall. And lining up alongside him, another feature winner this year, driving the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 14. If you're watching at home, he has the in-car camera on board tonight. That is Ethan Bill out of Piles Grove. Steve Davis is in the 72, the point leader, as we go green. Crix Bergstrom, one of our rookie graduates, is in the 3. That number 17 at the rear of the field is Tyler Vital, and Tyler out of Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Through 3 and 4, it is Mike Toth leading lap number 1, Sean Cook behind. Then packed up 2 by 2 behind Cook as they enter turn number 1 here on the second lap. Ethan Bill will make it 3 wide in turn 2. Shoots the gap between Wall and Krasinski and into 4th. Ethan Bill up on the outside, Wall to his inside. Now he's got 3 wide cars in front of him again. He thought about making it 3 wide through the middle again with 2 new cars. But he thinks better of it, goes to the bottom. He'll get by the 9X to Cook. Now he's on Ryan Marr's back bumper. Ethan Bill under Marr right there, and Marr will hold him off. Pat Wall is with Ethan Bill as they come down the front. 3 laps complete. Steve Davis right behind them. Davis now on the bubble of the handicapping. Krasinski on the bubble of qualifying as he just sneaks by Sean Cook back there on the backstretch. Meanwhile, half a straightaway, making 2 straightaway out in front's Mike Toth. While all this great battles have been going on, Toth has just been kind of sneaking away from the field. He's running well in that 89. Ryan Marr in the 51 running second. He's got Pat Wall over him now as Wall got by Ethan Bill. Steve Davis right behind Bill as they come out of turn 2. Whoa, Pat Wall getting way up high there against the fence. And Bill sneaks up onto his back bumper. Now Bill gets a good run through, Wall gets a good run through 3 and 4. Now Bill right on his back bumper again into turn 1. Bill trying to get his nose under him. Pat Wall holding him off there, as you see on the in-car camera on the small bottom left of your screen. Good battle going on. Ethan Bill has given you a lot to watch there on that bottom there, coming in early in the race. Through 3 and 4, and a checkered flag for Mike Toth. He cruises to the win. So your winner is the 89 of Mike Toth. Second was the 51 of Ryan Marr. Pat Wall was third in the 5W. Fourth was the 14 of Ethan Bill with the in-car camera. Fifth was the 72 of Steve Davis. They get their handicapping back and finishing in the 6th position and qualifying the 18R of Ryan Krasinski. Heat number 2 rolling out onto the Speedway. And lining up on the pole. In the Shockwave Racing Technology number 1W is Lexi Wilson. Lining up alongside of Lexi on the outside of that front row in the number 17 is Dan Fleming. Fleming in the Flemington Auto Body number 17. He'll start outside the front row. Third starting spot, the Lions Construction. Hugs for Brady number 88 is Glenn McIntyre. And lining up alongside of McIntyre in the WP Automotive number 3 WP, that is Will Protinick. Ryan Heim is in the Kettles, Oak Hill number 18. He'll start in the 5th position. And lining up alongside of Heim, driving the short low ready mix concrete number 04, the driver who is second in points behind Steve Davis, that is Mikey Butler. Mike Butler in the 04, he'll start 6th. 7th starting spot, one of our rookie champions this year. We had the co-champions. He drives the Flemington Department Store, Izzy Trucking and Rigging, number 27. That's Hunter Plosky. And starting outside of Plosky, new wrap on the car. This is one of Steve Davis's former cars, and he finally got the car painted and got some numbers on it. That is Tommy Klimkowski back with us with a buying Steve Davis's backup car. He's in the number 22. He will start 8th. And lining up last on the field, he drives a Spellbound Brewery number 34. That is Dylan Morris. The pole sitter, Lexi Wilson, has not made the call. Will Protinick with some smoke coming out of the back of his exhaust here as he idles on the front straightaway. Hopefully that's just a little oil in the pipes and will burn off once he gets it in gear here.
Waiting on number 1 in the back stretch.
All right, Lexi Wilson being pushed up onto the track, and she fires in turn number 3. Believe what happened was she was in the staging lane and the car wouldn't refire, and they had to send a pickup truck, one of the push trucks, out to the staging lane to go get her. All right, field rolling away now. Lexi up into the pole there. And in answer to the smoking problem, it looks like a lot of it is cleared up now that Protinick has put it in gear and rolled away. We'll keep an eye on that. Lights are off on the pace truck. All 9 cars make the call. Once again, 6 to qualify. Top 5 will get their handicapping back. And it's up to Lexi Wilson, who will bring them to green off of turn 4, racing. And that does not help when Protinic is in the throttle. A lot of smoke coming out there. Whoa, Lexi Wilson with a push there in turn 2. Pushed up across the track, and Dan Fleming crossed her over, and Fleming is your leader. Dan Fleming into the lead. Glenn McIntyre down on the inside of Lexi off of turn number 4. Mike Butler under Protinic, swings to the outside of McIntyre. Oh, McIntyre slid up right in front of him. Butler had a run there, and they make slight contact bumper to bumper. Lexi Wilson leading, or Fleming leading him off the corner. Lexi second. McIntyre still third. Butler trying to squeeze under Heim. Heim had snuck underneath him. Now they're 3 wide in turn number 2 with Butler on the bottom. Heim in the middle. Whoa, and Heim and Butler get together again. As Heim went to go to the inside there, he had passed Butler but hadn't cleared him. The left rear making contact with the right front on Butler. Heim getting by McIntyre. Now Butler gets by McIntyre. They are now 3rd and 4th. McIntyre on the verge of the handicapping with Protinic knocking on the door there. Protinic is 6th. Dylan Morris has moved to 7th. All this action going on. We are only halfway. 4 down and 4 to go. Butler getting a run on Heim there. We'll look again underneath him. As Lexi Wilson cruising in second, the driver really cruising is the 17 of Dan Fleming. Fleming a third of a straightaway, or maybe a little less than that, out in front of Lexi Wilson. Ryan Heim third, Mike Butler is 4th, and then it's Glenn McIntyre. Protinic is 6th. Dylan Morris closing in on Protinic in the 34. Now Butler tries the outside, side by side with Heim for 3rd. White flag is out down the front for Dan Fleming. 1 lap to go. Here comes Butler again on Heim, right up against the fence. Heim down on the bottom. Heim will hold him off. Checkered flag on a final turn for Dan Fleming. He's going to win heat number 2. So Dan Fleming wins and wins comfortably there in heat number 2 in the number 17. Second was the 1W of Lexi Wilson with a solid run. Third of 18 of Ryan Heim as he holds off Mike Butler. Butler threw everything but the kitchen sink at him there, but could not get by him, and Butler holds on for the 4th position. 5th, and getting his handicapping back the 88 of Glenn McIntyre. And Will Protinic, the smoke kind of cleared up after the first lap or two, and Protinic comes home 6th and does qualify in the 3WP. That leaves 1 heat to go. And this one will find the S2 of John Scarpati lining up on the pole. The Norsha number 81 of John Norsha will start in the 2nd position. Third starting spot will be the G&T Erectors 32C of David Malozar. And lining up alongside of Malozar in the Elegant Exteriors number 20, that is Ryan Simmons. 5th starting position in the Ayaros Industries number 41, Nick Van Wickle. And lining up alongside of Van Wickle out of South Plainfield in the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill, Supreme number 29, that is Matt Ellery. Matt Ellery in the 29. The last row, one of the other co-champion in our rookie division this year in the Shockwave Racing Technologies number 921 is Aiden Spencer. And starting scratch on the field. Second time back with us in a row out of Mays Landing, New Jersey. He drives the 1221 Services Asphalt Appeal number 28. That is Thomas Pritchka. Tom Pritchka in the number 28 will start 8th on the field. Nick Van Wickle in the 41, currently 5th in the point standings. Ryan Simmons, our defending champ in the number 20, is 6th in the points. Matt Ellery has a feature win. It came 2 races ago on July 12th. Ellery in the number 29. He is currently 7th in the points. David Malozar 9th in points in the 32C. They're starting in the 3rd position.
No, they're going around again, so you got time. That's all right. I was on it.
That's 7 features for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate 602 Sportsman this year here. 5 different winners. Steve Davis, the point leader, and Ryan Heim, who's 8th in points, each have won 2. One of Heim's wins was at the Super Dirt Series show in March at the opener. It was not a point race. The other 3 winners, Ethan Bill in the 14, who had the in-car camera before, Pat Wall, who was battling with him in that first heat in the 5W, and Matt Ellery out here in this heat in the number 29. Mike Butler, 2nd in points, does not have a win yet, but he's finished 2nd twice. Nick Van Wickle, who's out there, is 5th in points, does not have a win yet, but he's finished 4th 3 times out of 6 races. Half of the races he's been 4th. And one of the other ones, he finished 5th. So Van Wickle always up front. Keep your eye on him. He is overdue in that number 41. And Ryan Simmons also does not have a win, but he's finished 2nd the last 2 races in a row. One in that number 20, the other one in the other car that he drives, which is the Belmont's Garage number 14. He finished 2nd with that in our last race. To Steve Davis, he finished 2nd to Matt Ellery 2 races ago. Simmons also has a 3rd back on our opening point night on May 3rd, when he finished behind Pat Wall and Mike Butler. All right, New Egypt Speedway pace truck will make the left turn off the track. The lights are out, and we're ready to go racing 8 cars. Top 6 qualify, top 5 get their handicapping back. Here they come. And the 1 and 2, tight back in the middle of the pack there as they came off of 4. Looked like Simmons may have rubbed with somebody there, and back in the throttle. He's still running 5th, now back to 4th as they come off of turn number 4. Ellery following him through as Malozar leads lap 1. Malozar battling with John Scarpati. Scarpati 2nd as they come off of turn 2 and down the back. Van Wickle on the move. He's up to 3rd. Then it's the 20 of Simmons and the 29 of Ellery. John Norsha in a transfer spot, battling with Thomas Pritchka now in the 28. Pritchka's 2nd straight week here. He's had very limited experience here as Pritchka looking to possibly become a regular here on Saturday night as he works in the 7th spot, trying to get one more position and transfer. Molozar opening up a lead of about 5 or 6 car lengths over Van Wickle, who has gotten by Scarpati. Van Wickle the second. Ellery and Simmons running in very close quarters. Nerf bar to Nerf bar there for the 4th position. Simmons holds them off. Ellery swings it back in behind him as they are right on the back bumper now of Scarpati, and Simmons takes a look to the inside. Molozar and Van Wickle have pulled away from Scarpati. Simmons down to the inside as Scarpati swings it out. Scarpati holds them off down the front. 3 laps to go. Simmons running side by side with Scarpati. Here comes Ellery. Ellery got lots of momentum through turn 2 and down the back, right up the Simmons back bumper. Had to get in the brakes there. Now he'll look to the inside as he tries to make it 3 wide, but Simmons gets by Scarpati, and now it's not 3 wide. Simmons to 3rd, and Ellery will follow him through and into 4th. Scarpati 5th, Norshak clinging to the 6th and final transfer spot as the white flag is displayed. And Scarpati back under Ellery and back to 4th. John Scarpati back into the 4th position. Ellery knocking on the door though, and here they come side by side through the tri-oval. That's the battle for 4th position. Checkered flag is out as Molozar will take the win over Van Wickle. So David Molozar is your winner in the 32C. Second, the 41 of Nick Van Wickle. Third was the 20 of Ryan Simmons. Then it was Matt Ellery in the 29 and the S2 of John Scarpati. Scarpati finishing 5th. Both of them getting their handicapping back. They seem to be having a slight disagreement there. Having a little conversation through sign language. The 81 of John Norsha was your 6th and final qualifier, and I'm going to give it back over to my partner Jim Murdoch here. Jim is going to do the Street Stock feature event, which is rolling out onto the Speedway now.
First feature event of the evening here for the Street Stocks. And we will see if Rob Ormsby has made it back out. Yes, he has in the 19. This is the way they'll go to the grid for their 15-lap feature. On the pole, your heat race winner in car number 92. That's Darren Cox on his outside. The Old Bridge Outlaw, number 98, Chris Allen Sr. Scotty Freed in the 72 will start 3rd. He's out of Jackson. Pat Forrest in that purple, pink, and black, beautiful number 18 out of Little Lake Harbor Township will start 4th. Jeff Handel will go from 5th out of Tom's River in the 11H. Shane Grasso from York, Pennsylvania will start 6th in the 17. And Rob Ormsby making repairs in that number 19 will start shotgun in the 7th position.
To the staging lane now, please. USAC Constellation cars to the staging lane now, please.
15 big laps of full-fettered frenzy action coming at you. We have another car to announce. It looks like a Chevy Silverado 571 5BM. Red Chevy Silverado 571 5 SBM. S71 SBM. Candy apple red Chevy Silverado. You must move your truck immediately. This time by, starting in the pit grandstands in turn 4, this is your wave lap. Wave at the street stock drivers. They'll be waving back to you. Keep that wave going all the way down the front stretch. Wave your hands, wave your hats.
Folks, we got winners of the Kids Club. The fan of the night will go in the truck with Miss New Egypt for the 4-cylinder feature. It is Yusuf Quasi. Yusuf Quasi, go to the main entrance and see Jess, and you are the fan of the night. The Marcus's Barbershop haircut winner is Alan Cheney.
All right, 7 street stocks ready to go. 15 big laps. They will come down at the double green flags, this time by Darren Cox. Chris Allen Sr., your front row. Street stocks, go green. Darren Cox, Chris Allen Sr. leaning on each other, entering turns 1 and 2. Darren Cox, your heat race winner, coming out on top. Here comes Scotty Freed in the 72 to the inside. Fender to fender action back into turn number 3. The 72 of Scotty Freed looks to the inside for that runner-up spot. Pat Force thought about making it 3 wide, and now Rob Ormsby with the Gremlins fixed on that 19 makes it a 5-car dance for the lead. Rob Ormsby puts the nose on the inside of Pat Force through the tri-oval back into turn number 3. Rob Ormsby hot to trot on the 19. Rob Ormsby, they make contact with Scotty Freed. They're still rubbing on each other past the start-finish line. Back into turn 1 and 2. Rob Ormsby muscles his way into the runner-up spot. Darren Cox throwing a rooster tail of dirt on the outside wall that time by, but Rob Ormsby's speed carries him through 3 and 4, right on the rear bumper of Darren Cox. He shaved off about 3 car lengths in a lap. Meanwhile, back behind them, Pat Force to the inside of Scott Freed. They're wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side for that 3rd position, as Darren Cox, for now, is able to hold off Rob Ormsby. Pat Force sliding up in front of Scott Freed in that 3rd spot. That time by Freed trying to get back on the inside. Nothing there. So far, this time by will have 5 laps complete for Darren Cox. He's starting to put some distance between himself and Ormsby. That battle for 3rd still hot and heavy back there, but now Pat Force gets about a 2-car length lead over Scott Freed for that 3rd spot. Out of turn 4, Darren Cox shows the way. Rob Ormsby trying to chase him down. The lead continues to be about, let's say, 1.5, make it 2. Now make it 3 car lengths to the tri-oval. And going into turn 3, that's where Ormsby catches Darren Cox. He's able to lay on that throttle just a little bit longer, gaining some ground on Cox. As Darren Cox's car, he's going to the outside groove, letting that car kind of drift, and Ormsby's able to keep it down a little bit lower. Out of turn 4, both Darren Cox and Ormsby running similar lines as we reach the halfway point. 8 laps down, 7 to go. 7 laps to go for Darren Cox. All 7 cars still out there. They're all running single file. Pat Force is starting to reel in Rob Ormsby. And you can never count Pat Force out. That car has been quick this year. He's got a pair of wins already in 2025. Currently in the 3rd position as it's the high. How are you? Lap 5. Laps to go. 5 to go for Darren Cox. And Cox's lead has built to about a 6-car length advantage over Rob Ormsby. 4 laps to go this time by. Oh, we saw it with Chris Lane last week. He was able to fend off Ormsby. And now Darren Cox has been able to thwart the advances of Ormsby and, in fact, still driving away from him. Boy, that 92 is fast tonight. 3 laps to go for Cox. He's got a little over a second advantage over Rob Ormsby. Non-stop feature so far with 2 laps to go this time by. 2 to go for Darren Cox. Ormsby not able to catch Darren Cox. That 92 extremely strong after taking last week off. He returns to New Egypt with a dominating performance as he sees the white flag. 1 lap to go. Final lap for the street stocks. Final lap for Darren Cox. Half a lap remaining. Darren Cox sets up for turn 3, final time through turn 4. Rob Ormsby not able to catch him. Down the front stretch. This time by your winner, Darren Cox. Ormsby's in 2nd, Force is 3rd. Scotty Freed comes home 4th. Chris Allen Sr., Jeff Handel, and Shane Grasso.
Sorry, I didn't know there was another car out. I was trying to get.
So believe it or not, that is Darren Cox's first ever street stock win, according to our records. We love first-time winners, and Darren Cox has got his first ever street stock win in dominating fashion. We're going to head downstairs and talk to Darren as he makes his way to victory lane. Up next, semi-feature, I believe, for USAC, as Nicole Flood's all ready to go. Bringing the black and silver number 92 to victory lane. He's got the doctor. Well, he performed some surgery on the rest of the field tonight. Climbing out of the car, first career street stock win, Darren Cox. Hard to believe. We're checking our records up there. This is your first career street stock win. Great job out there, and you drove away from Rob Ormsby, had about a second and a half lead as you crossed the finish line. Great run.
Oh, man, thank you so much. This past few days, got to thank this guy right here, AJ. My buddy Alan's back at home. He couldn't make it, but great to see you. Stands, got some people. Oh, man, this is great. I really needed this win a couple weeks ago. Before Bill, raced with him many a times and came close. Me and him banged doors. We might have fist fight in the pits, but we became friends, and I'm going to dedicate this one to him and his daughter, his wife. So I hope they're here. I know I seen him or heard him on the bus earlier. I was under doing something that I forgot, but appreciate this, and thank you.
How does it feel? What are the emotions feeling like right now, your first career street stock win?
Yeah, I've been chasing this here for years on this dirt track in several different cars. I don't even know how. I'm not even sure.
Well, you know, I got to watch you as a young kid racing quarter midgets, and now we're standing in victory lane together here. Congratulations, you deserved it.
Thank you so much.
First career win, New Egypt Speedway. Give him a round of applause. Darren Cox dedicating his win to the late, great Bill Lika. And I believe we're going to have the USAC semi-feature next, so we'll send it upstairs to Kurt Bettler with the lineup for the last chance semi-feature.
I'm not going to go really wide. I'm just going to keep the crowd out of it. They can watch the sound over again.
Final qualifying of the evening set to start. Got the IMT USAC East Coast Sprint Cars semi-feature. Top 5 will qualify. Eight laps is the distance, and going from the pole is the number 2 of Brendan Hires, outside front row from Bridgeton, New Jersey, in the Fraker 42. That's going to be Kyle Spence. The Valco wheels, number 22J from Bordentown, New Jersey, Joey Crilly rolling off in 3rd, and Heidi Hennon from Doylestown in the 3H rolling off in 4th. Mike Hagenbottom driving the Kelly Motorsports number 51, rolling off in 5th, with Jason Cherry flanking him on the outside from Blandon, Pennsylvania, starting in 6th. I believe it's a scratch for the evening for Ole, Pennsylvania's Blaine Emery driving the Thomas Brothers 35. They had an issue in the heat race. I passed by. The back door of the trailer was up. So we got a scratch for the evening. That'll move Greg Shepsis right up into that 7th starting spot. And on the outside of him from West Creek, New Jersey, is going to be Ronnie Pava in the 83P. Top 5 will qualify for the E. Schneider and Sons final night of the summer shootout for the USAC East Coast Series. Folks from New Egypt know when the cars roll out under their own power, they're self-starting, probably a new sprint car engine. They have a crate motor underneath the hood of those with a transmission. Those watching on YouTube, it's a carbureted engine, not a fuel-injected motor as the 360 sprint cars are that need to be pushed. A lot of the USAC East Coast sprint cars using a 360 or a 358 engine on methanol. So the next time the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars are back here is with the World of Outlaws in October. That's a Friday night special. If you're an open wheel fan, that is a do not miss show. Circle that one on the calendars. I believe that is Friday, October 11th. With the return of the World of Outlaws Sprint Cars and the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars, winged and wingless. If you're a sprint car fan, don't miss it. So the field is aligned. 8 laps, 5 qualify. This is go or go home time for the first time this season for the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars. Great car count tonight. Thank all the fans for coming out. Great crowd, car count, beautiful weather out there. Brendan Hires, Kyle Spence. Hires ready to kick the wheel. Green is out. Spence jumps to another lead side by side with Hires. Gonna be watching that 5th and final transfer spot the entire time. Hagenbottom right now's got it. Spence stretching his legs over Hires. Heidi headed. Crilly's locked in so far. Hagenbottom, however, Ronnie Pavia is looking for that final transfer spot with Mike Hagenbottom. He had things all sorts of crossed up in 3 and 4. Battle for second right now. Hires is off the pace. Hires to the infield. That's going to jump up Joe Crilly right to that second spot. Headed. And the 51 of Hagenbottom going at it. Battles for the transfer. Battles for third and also includes the transfer. Jason Cherry on the outside looking in. Cherry in the top 6 in points right now in the USAC East Coast Series. Needs to make this show. Four-car battle for third. Popsicle sticks this time by for Kyle Spence. 2 to go. All eyes are on that battle for the last transfer. Cherry to the inside. Cherry to the inside of Pavia. Can't make it work. One last ditch effort. Pavia all sorts of crossed up once again. Still holding on to that 5th and final transfer spot. Pavia now to the outside of Headed. Gets a big head of steam down that backstretch. Spence is gonna win it. Joey second, Hagenbottom third, 4th Pavia, 5th and final transfer, Heidi Headed in the 3H. Action all over the racetrack there, especially for that 5th and final transfer spot. But give it up for the winner of the B main. It's on the fence, Kyle Spence.
Times he
But now it is feature time for the 4 cylinders. And I'll join you later. Thank you guys for coming.
What is this then? Alright, should we just put. Oh, wow. Alright, so. This is the last.
All right, 4-cylinder feature event.
I'm sorry.
There will be no crate, Swagger Factory Apparel crate Sportsman Consi. We're going to put all 26 cars into the feature event. So this is how they're going to line up in your 4-cylinder feature. Robbie Steinmetz in the 97 will start on the pole. Then it's the 51 of Penny Horner. I'm sorry, Penny Dunn. Horner is her maiden name. So Penny Dunn, got it right in the heat race, is in the Lions Construction 51 and will start outside the front row. Then it'll be Bobby Drayton the 4th in the 409 starting in the 3rd spot. And Kyle Hurley, our defending champ in the 23, will start 4th. Justin Dunn, a 3-time champion, currently 2nd in the point standings, will start in the 5th spot. Then it's Joe Gary Sr. in the number 26, starting in the 6th spot outside row number 3. Dale Mole, winner 2 races ago, is in the number 6, and he will start in the 7th position. Then it's Bob Drayton. Bobby Drayton the 3rd, starting back there in the X09. He is a 3-time feature winner this year. And Bobby currently 4th in the point standings. He will start 8th. 9th position will be Dominic Antonelli in the 88. Antonelli currently 5th in the point standings. Then John Chalella back with us tonight in the 70. He'll start 10th. Logan Mull, 2nd time out for him in the number 4, will start back in the 11th position. And Scott Dunn in the 03 is scheduled to start in the final position. And he did make the call for the feature. He did not make it out in his heat, but he is out there here in the feature event. Logan Mull, very young in that number 4. Got special clearance by the state to race and raced with us the last time we raced the 4 cylinders 2 weeks ago. And he's out for the 2nd time. This is your wave lap. Wave to him as we get ready to go 4-cylinder racing. Our last event before intermission. And then after intermission, we will start with the sprint feature and end with the Swagger Factory Apparel crate Sportsman feature. This will be 15 laps. It'll be up to Steinmetz, who's 9th in points. He's been here every week, but he broke 1 week in warm-ups and was unable to race the whole night. As the double green flags are out and we're underway. Whoa, Penny Dunn does not fire there. Got way on the outside and drops all the way back to the rear of the field. A problem in the 51 as Steinmetz leads them down the back. You see the light on top of Kyle Hurley's car. Can't miss him in a crowd, and he drives by Steinmetz and into the lead. Whoa, Steinmetz is backwards. Steinmetz getting crossed up and sideways in turn number 4. And that's going to bring out the yellow. Penny Dunn will go to the pits. She had almost stopped there on the backstretch. Now she goes to the pits with the yellow lights on. Definitely a problem in the 51. Steinmetz will rejoin at the rear. He is already straightened out and come around to the back of the field. A complete restart minus the car that brought out the yellow, which is the front row, because Penny Dunn pulled off and went to the pit, so if she does come back, she'll be at the rear too, but Steinmetz spinning, so we lose the front row. So now it's Bob Drayton the 4th, Bobby Drayton the 4th, and Kyle Hurley on the front row.
Steinmetz, who had his car here last week after braking, as you mentioned, 2 weeks ago, turned some quick laps out there, and we just saw on the replay the car got out from under him, nearly hit one of the Dunn boys, and then overcorrected, and then got a little shot in the bumper as he was sideways, and that kind of finished him off. So Steinmetz was facing a whole bunch of different directions in a short amount of time down there. Thankfully, he didn't hit anything, and he was able to spin that car around. But trying to shake off some bad luck here, Pete, in the last couple of races, it does Robbie Steinmetz.
And we do have 12 cars as Penny Dunn makes a return back to the racing surface. She's back there with Steinmetz as cars are told to cross it over. Ethan Bill coming out of the pits with his Sportsman car must have had an issue and wants to see if it's corrected here. And he'll hang way, way back from the field and get a lap or two in and pull in. All right. Bobby Drayton the fourth and Kyle Hurley side by side. Off of turn 4, we are green. Justin Dunn makes it 3 wide for the lead as he ducks to the inside. Hurley on the outside coming around Drayton and into the lead with Justin Dunn coming through on the inside into second. Here comes Gary. Joe Gary battling with Drayton the fourth. Dale Mull is already up to 5th underneath Bobby Drayton as Drayton on the X09 back there behind his son. Justin Dunn surging ahead of Kyle Hurley in turn 1. Hurley's momentum brings him back around him back to the lead. Joe Gary in 3rd spot. Bobby Drayton the 4th holding on to 4th, but Dale Mull drives underneath him and then gets crossed up and we got a pile up. Boy, Dale Mull got up high, was trying to take 4th from Bobby Drayton the 4th and got right up against him. I'm not sure they even touched, and all of a sudden the car just got out from under Dale Mull and he came across traffic and collected Dominic Antonelli and Scott Dunn. Scott Dunn is already refired and pulled away. Dale Mull is pulled away, and here comes Dominic Antonelli. So looks like all 3 cars no worse for wear, as you see a replay there if you're watching at home on the YouTube broadcast.
Dale Mull unfortunately just got the back end, came out from underneath him, had nowhere to go, spun the car to the inside, right in the path of Antonelli. They made pretty hard contact. Good to see both Dale Mull and Dom Antonelli able to restart, continue after that pretty significant impact down there at the exit of turn 4.
And despite these little incidents, we have 2 laps complete and we have all 12 cars still out there. I'll go green next time by. White flag waving. Kyle Hurley is the leader, and as is leader's choice, he picks the outside of the front row. So Justin Dunn files in on the bottom. Joe Gary and Bobby Drayton the 4th, and then Dad, Bob Drayton the 3rd. Bob Drayton in the 5th position. All right, green replacing yellow. We are back underway. 2 laps complete. Kyle Hurley right back to the front with Justin Dunn, giving him a hard time there and pulling in behind in 2nd. Bobby Drayton the 4th getting by Gary into 3rd and putting the pressure on here. The youngster having one of his better runs of the year so far, as he is right there. Joe Gary Sr. in the 4th spot, and then Bob Drayton in the 5th position. Steinmetz holding on back up to 6th from the rear of the field after that spin. Dale Mull starting to work through the pack. 4 laps now complete as Hurley leads Justin Dunn. Bobby Drayton the 4th, holding off Joe Gary. Then the elder of the Draytons back in 5th. That's a freight train there, led by the younger Drayton the 4th. Now Drayton down on the bottom. Drayton the 3rd under Gary. They're side by side on Drayton the 4th's back bumper. Gary takes a look to the outside. This is a great race going on for that 3rd spot as Hurley leads Justin Dunn by about 3 or 4 car lengths. The two of them have opened up a little bit of a lead on this battle going on for 3rd. Dominic Antonelli has suddenly come through the field after his being involved in that last accident. He's up to 6th. Penny Dunn is up to 7th, back from the rear. Then Scott Dunn is 8th. Dale Mull is 9th. As Steinmetz is way off the pace, and the leader is about to lap him in turn 1. Something wrong with Robbie Steinmetz's car. The Dunns and Joe Gary, or the Draytons and Joe Gary Sr. really putting on a battle here as Gary will go underneath Drayton the 4th. Steinmetz does not go to the pits. He stays out there running up by the outside wall through 3 and 4. And now the yellow lights are on for Logan Mull. Logan car quitting on him, and he stops just inside, on the inside of the Speedway, right in front of Victory Lane here on the front stretch. And that is going to bring out the yellow with 7 laps complete. We'll see what happens with Steinmetz here. And Steinmetz is going to the pits now with the yellow out. So Robbie Steinmetz goes pit side. Logan Mull will get a push truck here, and looks like you're going to push him into the infield. And Antonelli, who was up to 6th, he's in the infield now. And I believe as the fire crew racing over to Dominic Antonelli's car, that red is out for Antonelli. Antonelli had an issue there, a fire crew checking things out. And looks like they are extinguishing a small fire with the one of the fire extinguishers, CO2 tanks there. I see a lot of smoke. I don't think that's from the engine. There was nothing coming out until they did that. So looks like a fire in Dominic Antonelli's car as quickly extinguished as he drove into the infield and close to the emergency vehicles, which was a very smart move on his part. And Dominic Antonelli is all good down there is the word from the scene. Smart move by him. Car is on fire. Get to somebody who's got something to put it out.
That's a great shot of the speaker.
Every situation is different, but a lot of times the fire will stay low until you stop the car, and then it really flares up because it's we got a, I'm not going to say what it is, but if you look over the backstretch just off of turn 2, we have a nice little natural thing that happens once a month going on over the trees there. I can say it's the moon. Let's put it that way. It's the moon. We don't talk about the stage of the moon. Tends to be a little bit of bad luck. So the red coming out until the fire gets extinguished. We believe we will be going back to yellow here momentarily.
It can't. It's dead even with the post. That's why I'm looking all over the place for it. I'm blind. I mean, I can move my camera over a little bit if that's okay. It's up to you. Are you off of me? Hold on. All right, it's all yours. I'm like, what, my nuts? Like, freaking move. I'm looking straight up in the air. I'm like, what the hell? I gotta move the camera.
Folks, remember coming up next Saturday night, it is Katie's race for the modifieds, the race honoring the memory of Katie Mancini. Also, the Mr. Crate Classic will be next Saturday night, and the Sportsman match races. And the modified race, the Katie's race, will be $4,500 to win for the modifieds. Big week next week. Be sure and plan to be here. Tell your friends about it. If you're watching on YouTube, try to plan on coming out here to the track, seeing the action in person. Hot laps will start at 5:30 and racing at 6:30. So grandstands will open up at 4 o'clock next Saturday night, or Saturday afternoon, technically. It's Katie's race for the modifieds. The Swagger Factory Apparel 602 Sportsman will be running their Mr. Crate Classic. The modified race will pay $4,500 to win. And the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman will also run in match races, and the street stocks will be here to support those two divisions. A 3-division show next Saturday night, 1 week from tonight. And in a week and a half, on Thursday, August 21st, the Short Track Super Series Dirty Jersey, Short Track Super Series Modifieds, and the Short Track Super Series Crate 602 Sportsman. The 4 cylinders will also be in action. That is Thursday, August 21st.
Not mic check.
And 2 weeks from tonight, on August 23rd, it's Cameron Autograph Night. Modifieds, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, and the 4 cylinders all here. That is August 23rd. The Roost Restaurant is the local American restaurant located 10 minutes from the Speedway up at the Cream Ridge Golf Course right here on Route 539. And they sponsor every caution flag, including this one, the Roost Restaurant Caution Flag. Visit them on the web at theroostrestaurant.com. Every Saturday, your first domestic beer is free with a wristband on from the Speedway after the races. All right, we are green down the front. 7 down and 8 to go. We got a car spinning in turn 1, and we got 2 cars heading for the fence. Scott Dunn obviously could not turn the car. He is into the fence and hits it twice. He was taking Penny Dunn with him. Penny Dunn hit the brakes. He hit the fence, and Penny drove around him, and he hit the fence again. The car bounced off and then went back in again. Something wrong there. I don't know if it's the throttle was stuck or the steering broke. Something happening to Scott Dunn's car. Steinmetz also spun. He'll rejoin at the rear. He is already on the move once again. Folks, tonight's 50-50 challenge, of course, is 2 4-cylinder drivers, Dominic Antonelli and Kyle Hurley. Each of the 50-50 girls has a t-shirt of one of those drivers. If you buy from the driver of the shirt they're wearing, you'll be in the running for a drawing, which will take place for a signed 8x10 frame picture from Jim Brown Racing Photos. As the red comes out now for that accident scene over there in turn number 2, and they are asking for the ambulance to go over. We'll get your report as soon as we have something.
He just fell to the ground. I'm not shooting it, but I'm just letting you know what I saw with my eyes. Want me to put the shot in or no? Hey, let me go to the shot if you want me to. All right, let me go.
And folks, I just saw on the feed that Scott Dunn did walk and get into the ambulance under his own power there to be checked out. So that is good to know. Probably got, and he is talking to the ambulance crew now, so that is good to hear.
It looked like his right rear tire kind of hopped over the fender of another competitor on his outside, and the rear of the car took a hard couple of bounces, and you'll see it going into turn 1 on this replay. Watch right there, and that's a hard impact when you're in one of these racing seats too. It's a hard hit, and then he may have lost his steering, but then he hit the wall pretty good too with the right front of the automobile.
Yeah, something happened. I don't know if it was the steering. You see there is a left front wheel missing. So that's telltale or bent really bad. So that tells me there's something wrong with the steering. That might just be loose because the steering is broke. But after he jumped like that, what you don't see on that angle, because you can see the car in the distance, but it's pretty far away, is the car cuts right. And maybe you'll see it better here. He just cuts right and takes Penny Horner right up to the fence. She is
aware enough to jump on the brakes and let the car go by her, even though because he was taking her with him. Which right away I knew something was wrong. I mean, they're teammates parked together, part of the same family, and I'm like, well, that's not intentional. Not that it would be anyway, but. And he gets into the fence very hard there, and then the car bounced off and hit the fence again hard. So when it does it double like that, something's wrong. It's not steering or something.
Did the car have a problem before it made contact with that outside car and the rear end bounced up, or did that kind of bunny hop with the rear brake part of the steering? And you can see the impact one more time with the outside. Well, this is a hard hit right here. Yeah, that's a weird angle to hit the outside fence there. So luckily, Mr. Dunn's okay, but he probably shaken up just a little bit. That's a hard way to stop.
All right, Justin Dunn going to the pits in the 69. I believe he moved under red. All right, white's out. We'll go green next time by. Lights are off. New Jersey Speedway pace truck will look to make the left into the infield here. We have 8 cars left. We are double file as we are halfway, well, 1 lap from halfway. 7 down and 8 to go. Bobby Drayton, the 4th on the inside, is not the leader. Hurley is the leader. He's on the outside of the front row. And here they come. And the green is out as they come down the front. And it's Hurley with Bobby Drayton, the 4th, right on his back bumper there as Hurley gets back up into the lead. No, that's Bobby Drayton, the 3rd, who got by the 4th, got by his son, and is right on Hurley's back bumper, and he'll dive to the inside, but can't make it stick. Pull back in behind halfway, 8 down. Drayton, the 4th, and Gary renew their battle behind as Drayton, the 3rd, has gone by both of them, and in the 2nd. The battle now for the lead between Kyle Hurley and Bobby Drayton. Drayton on the outside. Hurley up there, Hurley up on the outside groove, and Drayton trying to make a different groove outside of him. Drayton, the 4th, following his dad, holding off Gary. Dale Mull is back to 5th and looking to put the pressure on. Steinmetz is 6th as he came back out of the pits. Here's the 5 to go sign. 5 laps to go on Kyle Hurley and the rest of the field as the Draytons are 2nd and 3rd. Bob Drayton, the 3rd, right on the back bumper of Kyle Hurley. Hurley looking for his first win of the year. Drayton has 3 already, and he's right on him. Off of turn number 2 and down the back, but Hurley gets a great run and opens up from him now. 3 car lengths on the field. 3 to go this time by. 3 laps to go as Drayton, the fourth, continues to hold off Gary, but they're side by side in one. Whoa! Gary, the fourth, swerved, and then he overcorrected, and the car spins, just barely touching the wall, maybe not at all, as he backs it up to the wall. And we're going to have a yellow here with 3 to go for Bobby Drayton, the fourth. He was running a great race, holding off Gary. Gary got inside of him. They were nowhere near each other because they were separated. You could have put 2 cars between them. And Drayton's car suddenly just jumped to the right just a little bit, like the car suddenly veered. And when it did, he corrected it, and it got straight again. But it's almost like he just overcorrected in the car and then snapped the other way, and he spun sideways and backed up to the fence. Yeah, you know what? Good call, Jim Murdoch right next to me, and it looked like, and he's right on the replay, Joe Gary Sr.'s car got real loose, and he wasn't right next to him, but he was underneath him. They were side by side, but there was a lot of room between the two, but it's almost like it spooked him. Like he thought that Gary getting that, it was so loose that he was going to slide up into him. And you can see right there, yeah. If that was NASCAR, they say the air came off the car. I don't think that was the problem here. All right, single file with only 3 to go. We're inside of 5 to go, and the green flag is in the air. And we're back underway, and Drayton is going to try to get Hurley again. Now Joe Gary in the mix. Here comes Drayton on the outside. Bob Drayton on the outside of Kyle Hurley. Side by side, door handle to door handle, off at turn number 4. 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Hurley got a great run off of 4 and will hold off Drayton. Gary is right there. One mistake by those 2 drivers, and Gary's going to go by both of them. It's a 3-car race for the lead. Dale Mull is 4th, and Drayton, the 4th, is battling with Steinmetz for 5th. Here is the white flag in the air. Drayton looks underneath, gets a little loose. Hurley back to the lead. Drayton swings to the outside. Gary down on the inside. Got under Drayton. Drayton goes back around him and up to Hurley's back bumper. Half a lap to go as they head into turn number 3. Through 3 and 4, Hurley opening up a car length or so. Drayton will close back up on him, but not able to get alongside. Checkered flag is out for Kyle Hurley. So Kyle Hurley holds off Bob Drayton, the 3rd. And Bobby Drayton will settle for that 2nd spot. Joe Gary Sr. was right there as well. What a great race by the 3 of them. And he finishes 3rd. Dale Mull was 4th in the 6th. And I believe Robbie Steinmetz, as he is being sent to the scale, was scored as 5th. He will finish in the 5th position. Jim Murdoch making his way down to victory lane.
Well, when the full moon rises, weird things happen on the racetrack, and the full moon showed itself during the 4-cylinder feature, but nothing weird about the 23 coming into victory lane. What a great run for Kyle Hurley, Bobby Drayton, and Joe Gary, thrilling the fans here. As Kyle Hurley gets ready to climb from the car. Town and Country Veterinary Services, number 23. Hey, he's climbing out of the door. New Egypt Speedway, give him a big round of applause. Kyle Hurley, your 4-cylinder feature winner. It's been a bit since I've seen you down here. You took some time off too. You had some things to take care of, but you know, that full moon rose halfway through the 4-cylinder feature. A lot of interesting things happening on the racetrack, but up front, that was a heck of a 3-car race between you, Bobby Drayton, and Joe Gary. Tell us about what it was like from your seat.
Well, like you said, it's been a minute. I had to work for it, and it was fun. I know they were trying to slide me left and right, and I had to keep adjusting and moving. And the track tonight's awesome, spot on. We're able to go wherever you want to. Hopefully Scott and the guy who's running the Neon are doing good. It's been a minute, but I had to work for it. So I'd like to thank our sponsors, Town and Country Veterinary Services, Saccone Farms, Highline. She's got the Dirt Podcast, Essential Dog Training, Alpha Vision Media. Everybody who helps, little or big, it means a lot, and we couldn't do it without you guys.
And now you get to go in the grandstands once you bring your car back to the pit and have a 50-50 duel with Dom the Bomb, who blew up in the infield.
Yeah, I saw him over under one of the Reds. What a tough deal. He puts just as much heart into this as anybody else, and I'd love to see him up here, you know. If it's not me, I'm hoping it's him.
What a great attitude, Kyle. We'll see you and Dominic, two of the fan favorites out here selling some 50-50s, having a race of your own that way.
Thanks, Jim.
Congratulations. One more time. Let him hear it, the 4-cylinder winner this evening, Kyle Hurley. How about a big hand for those top 3 cars? Put on a show for you fans. And again, yeah, 50-50 is already about $650, and that's before the intermission duel between Kyle Hurley and Dom the Bomb.
That's right, and if you're watching at home on YouTube, if you're here, get your 50-50 tickets. As so, like Jim said, it's up to $650 already. If you're watching at home, you can play. Just call one of those numbers. They take Venmo, PayPal, or any major credit card. You just got to call one of those 2 numbers on your screen, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. And you can play tonight's 50-50 drawing. We will have, depending on who you buy your ticket from, we will have 2 mini drawings before the 50-50 to give away those 2 signed 8x10 pictures from Jim Brown Racing Photos. They are framed as well. We do this each and every week with the challenge. And then those tickets go back in. You still have a chance to win the 50-50. And then we combine the buckets after that. Each bucket is separate up until that point, so you can play for the favorite driver you want. You can play in both buckets if you want, but all of them will be combined for the big 50-50 drawing. Once again, if you are watching at home, you can do that. This is our intermission period. Great time to grab food if you're here in the stands, or visit the Snack Shack and grab yourself a snack if you don't want a whole meal. We got some great food at the concession stands. And if you are watching at home, you can play the 50-50, take a run to the refrigerator, or watch the features we have coming up. We have a couple of features filmed by Nick Leach that we will be showing you here during intermission while we wait to get back. When we come back from intermission in about 15 minutes or so, we will have the first feature up will be the USAC 360 East Coast Sprint Cars, and then the Swagger Factory Apparel Sportsman will be the second and last feature of the evening. So once again, a couple of features by Nick Leach coming up right now.
record with Dominic Buffalino, drives a 3V and sometimes a 2B. Sentimental favorite. The XTB Driver of the Week questions, which is Extreme Diesel Performance. What is your hometown, Dom?
Sayreville, New Jersey.
Sayreville. You know who's from Sayreville? John Bon Jovi, okay? Why do you race at New Egypt?
Well, I started racing here a long time ago now, 2000. Yeah, this is where I ran weekly in the beginning. I ran East Windsor on Fridays sometimes, but most of the time it was here, and then I switched off here and there. But most years this is where I ran weekly.
And he's won a lot of big shows here. What is your other favorite track besides running here at New Egypt?
They're all gone. East Windsor. Most people wouldn't agree with me, but I loved Syracuse.
Okay.
The old Bridgeport.
Yep.
The new Bridgeport was good for a little while. Yeah, I mean, anytime I went somewhere new, I always loved it in the beginning, and then sometimes I'd change my mind, but going new places was always fun.
Okay. Who is your favorite race car driver?
Favorite of what? Of anything?
Of anything, of any race car driver. Could be national, could be local, whoever.
I like watching Larson win because I like that he's, went cup racing and stuff and still wants to run as many sprint car races as possible. Of all, like, ever, I don't even know.
I mean, it's kind of a tricky question. I mean, Larson, because you like him because of the way I like him, because he's a dirt guy. But I think you answered that pretty well. You don't have to answer anything else.
It changes, I used to not like Donnie Schatz. Now I really like watching Donnie Schatz drive, and I want him to win because he's not doing so, not as good as he used to. But you never see him like throw dirty sliders or wreck anyone on or anything like that. So I mean, my favorite drivers change around a lot. But
okay, what is your favorite racing memory to date? You probably don't have one favorite.
No, I don't. This is all hard to. We won Twin 20s one night at Bridgeport, and I'd say that's not something you're going to do very often. So that was a pretty good memory to win both of them, and like just winning some big races like the Danny Serrano race or the Garden State Gunfight or something here, stuff like that. And I guess obviously wins are going to be your favorite, but. If I had another favorite memory, it's the first time I ran Syracuse. Just the first time being in a race car and pulling out on a racetrack was definitely a feeling.
Pretty cool. All right, why do you do this? Why do you race?
It's a damn good question.
Was it in your blood, family?
I have never done anything else. First of all, so. Oh man, why do I do this? I think I hate myself. I guess that's the only reason I can come up with. I torture myself with this every single day for a little bit of fun when things go right and you get a win or something. It's fun, and the other 90% of the time it's just a lot of work and it sucks.
All right, non-racing questions, Tom. What is your favorite ice cream?
Chocolate chip mint.
Everybody. There must be something in chocolate chip mint. My wife likes that. I haven't tried it yet, believe it or not. Favorite food?
I would say steak and potatoes.
Okay. Favorite non-alcoholic drink?
I like Diet Coke.
Okay. Favorite alcoholic beverage?
Miller Lite, by far.
Favorite TV show or movie?
Dumb and Dumber. I have to say that's my favorite.
Okay.
I haven't watched the TV show since Married with Children.
You ain't had time. You had to work on the race car. All right. Dog or cat?
I don't like cats. Dog.
All right. Now the bonus question. If you were a car owner, who would drive your race car? Not yourself. You can't pick yourself.
I don't know. I've never thought about being a car owner, so I've never thought about hiring a driver. So I don't know if I have an answer for that. Man.
Here, I'll make it a little easier. Past or present?
Oh. just pick anyone? Like, oh man,
Past or present?
maybe somebody like Brett Hearn or something that's not going to tear everything up.
Okay,
That's just I don't want to buy new shit and don't want to fix anything.
He's done fixing stuff. Dominic Buffalino driving the 3V tonight. Thanks, Dom. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. This is Nick Leach live at New Egypt Speedway with a new challenge for our modified drivers. It's called the Modified 5-Second Challenge. What we're going to do is we're going to hand them a phone. It's going to have a timer on it. They're going to click start, and they got to stop it to see how close they can get to 5 seconds. This ought to be fun. Our first victim is coming up. Wait. All right, 3.7. What do you get?
4.43.
Not even close. It's not terrible.
No, it's not.
About
2.11. Wow. He went a little over, but he's at 5:48. .18. Shit, I wasn't even close. If he was drag racing, he'd be good. 1.31 seconds. I don't get it. Damn, well, he ain't a drag racer.
I was way off.
He ain't a drag racer. He was right at. Okay, go. Holy 261.
Wow.
That's how I know when I'm doing something wrong. 270. Did better than most. Go.
We gotta be. Still no good.
What was it?
2.7.
1.3. See? I got a fast reaction time. Well, you'd be a good driver. .688. So you were over.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your New Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Schweibens will have to come from 11th. Here they come. It is up to Jared Kreider, Eddie Wagner alongside racing. And we're underway with the Mass 305 sprint cars for 25 laps. Kreider and Wagner get away off the front row quickly with Kreider leading the way into turn number 3. Aiden Borden now into the third spot in the number 7 as they come down the front. Bittner is 4th and then Betts. Schweibens by 2 cars already and up into 9th as they work up a turn 2 and down the back. Dave Brown is 6th. 7th is Dale Eggert. A lead for Jared Kreider in the 24. As he clicks off lap number 7. 3/4 of a straightaway now. Kreider down the back. Wagner pedaling hard just to try to keep up as Kreider is pulling away. And Bittner is closing in on Wagner now. Trying to hang with Eddie Wagner. Aiden Borden is 4th, and here comes Schweibens, who is scraping the wall in the corners, and Schweibens the 4th after 11 laps. Without the virtue of a caution flag, Buddy Schweibens is driven from 11th to 4th in just 11 laps. He was clear and took the spot. Schweibens will try the inside now, see if the car works everywhere. He pulls even and will get Bittner on the backstretch on the inside and go right back to his groove. Is in a completely another county right now. And Schweibens quickly under Wagner and drag racing him down the back and right back to his groove. past him on the inside, goes to the outside. He will lap or try to lap Turpin going into turn number 1. Buddy Schweibens is second with 7 laps to go. Is out as he goes to the inside of Jeff Paulson in turn number 1. Schweibens has closed the gap to a straightaway, which is a lot. But here's the checkered flag in the air. Non-stop feature win for Jared Kreider.
Let's hear it for Jared Kreider.
All right, we're down here with Chris Lane, gets his second win, and in front of all the family that came from North Carolina.
North Carolina, yeah, North Carolina.
Well,
It's my aunt and uncle, and my other aunt and uncle are here as well, but they live locally. So, you know, I sat and watched my uncle race at Walt Stadium and the Modified Tour, you know, as a little kid forever, you know, and just dreamed one day, you know, hopefully get to see me race. And they moved to North Carolina, and he gave up racing about 20 so years ago. So this is the first time he's been back to a track since then. And they were yelling at me, you know, no pressure, no pressure. But we all want pictures. And I'm like, oh, okay, no pressure. So, I mean, when the yellow came out, I said, man, I got one shot to try this. And I didn't mean to get into Rob that hard at all. I think, you know, I got in there. I don't think he realized I was still there. And as he was coming down, I was still sliding up. I figured he was going to go in like he had the last corner. It was up a little higher. And I really didn't mean to get into him. Then I guess we locked into each other or whatever it was. I know he's pissed off, and, you know, but my goal was, you know, try to beat the best. If you don't try real hard, you know, you can't beat them. So for, you know, that little mistake there where I got in there a little hotter than I probably needed to, but also, you know, you're trying to win the race. So I hope he understands that. And, you know, I apologize to them guys. I know, yeah, I don't race that way anyway. I never have. So, but yeah, it's special, man, to have everybody here. It's awesome. And to get a second win this year,
the cool thing was when I picked him up on the golf cart and I brought him to Victory Lane, he was telling me the stories. He said, I won my first race here. He said, I said, well, then you got to see all the changes of the racetrack and stuff. Yeah. A pretty interesting gentleman. He'd be a nice guy to talk to. Yeah. I'm sure he enjoyed the vintage cars when he was here. He got to see some vintage cars. So a lot of history with him.
Oh, yeah, a lot of history. They started racing in the late 60s, 70s, and then all the way up to the early 2000s. He went from a modified to late models when he moved down south, and raced seldomly with that, and then called it quits after that. But a lot of stories. He's a character for sure. If everybody knows who Dick Healy is, they'll tell you he's a character. So to win with him here, that was probably better than winning the Leaker race, honestly, because that was awesome. So, so I mean, it's great. All sponsors that help us out. My brother, my cousin, Jake, and everybody, they're here every week. And I can't do it without them guys either, because otherwise I'm a one-man band. And it's hard doing it with just us now. And, I tell everybody we're on a kite string budget, and somebody's holding the scissors to it. So for us to get another win here, it's great. What a little team can do in a big sport.
Well, we appreciate you being here. Congratulations on your second win. You get another one down the road, and I'll see you again.
That's what I hope for. I hope we get. We won't be here for the next race. We have prior plans, but we will be here for the rest of them after that. I'm pretty sure. So.
All right, Chris Lane gets it done. Number 88.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Coming out of turn 4 to take the green, here comes Shane Grasso. We are racing in the street stocks. Shane Grasso being bump drafted by Rob Ormsby. Brian Ludwig to the outside, nearly in the outside wall, 3 wide on the backstretch. And Rob Ormsby, your leader. Here comes Chris Lane in the 88. Chris Lane was catching Ormsby in the heat race. And let's see what he can do with Ormsby here. Chris Lane up to second. Scotty Freed to third. Shane Grasso falling back in the 17. Deep in the pack, and Handel goes outside 3 wide for 6th, 7th, and 8th on the front stretch. 3 wide for the last couple of positions. That was exciting. Chances. Out of turn 4, 2 laps to go, 2 to go, and the battle for the lead continues. Patrick Force to the inside of Rob Ormsby, and now he's pulled up alongside of him. Wheel to wheel, side by side for the lead, as the white flag will be displayed this time by, and Patrick Force spins. Oh, Patrick Force throws it all away. Green comes out for Rob. Now, Rob Ormsby's car might be having a problem, too. It does appear he's slowed down because here comes Chris Lane to the inside. Chris Lane now challenging in the 88. Here comes, ooh, wow, Chris Lane gave Ormsby a shot, and now he goes to the lead, and now Ormsby right rear hooks him. Ormsby is trying, now they're connected. They are hooked up together as Pat Force comes to a stop. And we have a yellow flag as Pat Force's car has died on the front stretch, and Rob Ormsby is not happy with Chris Lane. Rob Ormsby is driving over Chris Lane's right front wheel. Flag at the same time, 1 lap shootout. Rob Ormsby now finds himself chasing Chris Lane, and Lane pulls away. A 2-car length lead, half a lap to go. Chris Lane through 3 and 4. He can see the twin checker flags in the air. Chris Lane is your street stock feature winner. Getting ready to climb from the car. For the 3rd time in his street stock career, Chris Lane finds victory lane in the street stocks.
This is how this works. What did I tell you? What did I tell you when I left you?
Yeah, you're right. It is how it works.
I told you that we're going to invite you on Wide Open Wednesday, and you're going to go out and win the feature and give me a reason to talk to you, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what you said.
And I told you, I said, track's going to try hard, slick. You're starting up front. You're going to go out there and win. And what did you do?
I did exactly that. It was slick, and we won. It was good.
The car was real fast. You hit all your marks. You did what you had to do. The first one is always the hardest one. The second one comes a little quicker. Ask DJ Tanner. He'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, definitely. First one's always the toughest. We've come close a lot, and it's just been tough, you know. Just we got a really good feel of cars, so sometimes it's hard to come from the back, but you know, sometimes you get up front and you can show the speed that you really got. Sometimes you get out front.
I got to tell you, this is a famous car. You know, yeah. Mike won a lot of races with this car. His family's been involved in racing for a long time. Now you guys have a business that you're doing. You're selling parts to your competitors and stuff, and you're doing really well with that. But I've been watching you ever since you started driving this car, and I said, well, that kid's got big shoes to fill. Well, guess what? You filled one of them tonight.
Yeah, definitely. It is definitely cool that, you know, they won as much as they did with this before, and I'm happy to be able to continue that winning. I know it's taken 2 years, but we've come close and finally got it done.
Some guys go 10 years. Some guys go 20 years. They don't win nothing. They win heat races. Yeah. And, you know, in our sport, you lose more than you win. Yeah. And to get a win, no matter when it comes, you cherish it. You cherish championships and stuff like that. And to see a young guy like yourself doing what you're doing, it's all a family deal. You got a great family behind you. John's a great guy. Mike's a great guy. I talked to Mike this week, and I told him, I said, you got a really good driver. He goes, yeah, he's coming. He said, be prepared. And you've done it tonight. And you got some good runners in that class. It's a really good class. It's a really good the way that they do things. And we love having you guys here, and I'm sure next year you're going to be here a lot more.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, we just put together a really good piece tonight, and I couldn't thank Speed Equipment enough. We got this thing dynoed, and it rips. It's such a good piece, and I'm happy to have all the guys behind me that I do with Uncle Johnny and my parents and everyone that helps out. It's definitely a good feeling. Finally get one down.
Well, first one's the hardest. Second one will come a whole lot easier. I'll be here waiting for you again, all right?
Yep. Thank you.
Congratulations, buddy. I
Thank
told
you.
you you'd do it.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
We're set to go racing. And we are underway here with our 30-lap modified feature at New Egypt Speedway. On New Egypt Auto Body Night is George Garris leading the way. First week of getting handicapped, front row starting spot. He will lead lap number 1 and post his first lap ever led in the modified. He's already gotten by DJ Hunt. Boy, there is some tight traffic from 5th back through 12th. Whoa, we got a car sideways in turn 2. Oh, Houseworth had no place to go, and Pouch gets around. The first 5 laps of his modified career as they come down the front, and he brings it back to green. Mancini restarting 3rd with cool spinning, and now under Buffalino. Paul Mancini to 2nd and working on Garris. Mancini, who got into the top 4 in just 4 laps, now working on the leader here, but Garris will hold him off down the front.
End of the car.
Well, Cole Stengel now pulling out down the ramp in turn number 3. Here they come. And we're back to green with the modified. Danny Buck back out there and rejoined at the rear in case I didn't say that. Here comes Mancini with a run on Garris down the back. Drag race into turn 3. Mancini down on the bottom. Mancini's seen this before. This is the best run he's had. They are side by side down the front straightaway. Every other time Garris worked his way around him with momentum. Garris's momentum will carry him up alongside of Mancini this time, but not past him. And now Mancini gets more in front of him going into 3. Mancini just staying on his groove, and he's got the lead totally as they complete lap 9. Good 3-car battle going on for the 2nd spot. Van Doren's lost a couple of car lengths on that group. And Garris suddenly breaks. Oh, what a tough break. George Garris, 13 laps into this 30-lapper, has come to us. He's slow, he's moving, but slow, and the yellow lights are on. Comes Mancini on the throttle, and we are green. Go down with a slider on Buffalino and goes to the high side. Go down, heads up, restart, got Buffalino going into 1 and was able to slide up and take that outside groove away, and now he'll work the outside of Mancini. Through 3 and 4, Go Down will lead, but we have a yellow out. On the bottom, trying to get a bite under Go Down. Off the 4 and down the front, Go Down still 3rd. He'll dive under Buffalino. Buffalino on the outside, holding on to that groove. 4 wide with Billy Pouch on the inside in turn 2 for the 6th spot. 4 wide. DJ Hunt was part of that. Buffalino right behind them, about 4 car lengths as they come down the front. Go Down closes up on Mancini to his bumper with 10 to go. 10 laps to go. Go Down getting her run around 1 and 2 up alongside of Mancini. Side by side into 3, Mancini Go Down rolling the top, Mancini hanging tough. Go Down to the lead on lap 21. Second spot as Van Doren sets it up on the top again as the white flag is out. Final time around, and Van Doren's in the best spot he's been in. A half a car length or less, and now he gets a run on Mancini. Mancini back under him. That's going to come right down to the checkered. Go Down will cruise off a 4 and get his 3rd win of the year. And Mancini on the throttle. Van Doren didn't get him. Mancini held him off by inches.
And he is climbing out of the car. Let's hear it for the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Go Down.
All right, we're live here with Ryan Go Down. Just got done winning the feature event. Track tricky or what? I mean, it was crazy.
it was nice though. It was wide. You could run the guardrail. You could run the red to the top, and I could get the cross going once I got a couple laps in, and that helped out a lot. But yeah, it was. You had to get some brakes. Me and Mancini got some brakes at the beginning of the race to run the bottom, and guys washed up or they got bottled up. And then it's all about using the whole track and trying to keep your momentum the best you can.
The kid in the 7, wow, he probably should have won 2 races already, but he's going to get some.
It's good. That's what we need on the young talent to do. TVD's right there. Mancini's right there. These kids keep working hard. They keep working hard in the shop. They'll be standing right where we are.
Well, Ryan, it's back to a couple years back. Whoever gets in the front first is going to win.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I mean, 15th, I knew it was going to be tough, and we were able to get some breaks. We just picked the right lanes. Like last week, we didn't, and it got held up there, and we weren't as good. This week, we were able to get there, and then we were pretty good, and we just had to work down. We had to work each guy, keep working, and finally, once the track opened up, you can use the whole track to your advantage.
Well, definitely the track has been good, but it just seemed like it was crazy tonight. You could go to the bottom, you could go to the top, and the restarts are now important, you think?
I don't know. I mean, listen, I thought green flag laps here are more important because you can get your momentum going better. I think that's more important. Restart just breeds cautions. We know that for how many years?
Yeah.
Cautions breed cautions, and that's what happened. We couldn't get a good 8 to 10 lap stretch. It seemed like get 5 laps caution, 5 laps caution, 5. So I like when it goes 10 laps caution. Get a little bit more green flag laps. You can use the track. You can get a good feel for your car. Go from there.
Well, hopefully this will start you on a good foot here. I mean, you're right there in the points. You and Billy were tied. Danny had a little bit of trouble tonight. What's her 3-point races left?
I don't know. Well, our mentality since a couple weeks ago is we got to win.
Yeah.
If we win, the points will take care of itself, and that's how our mentality is, and that's how we're going to be till the end of the year. And we can't worry about anybody else but ourselves.
There you go. Keep doing what you're doing. Ryan Godown wins a modified feature.
And welcome back, everybody watching live on YouTube. We are just about ready to get underway with our USAC 25-lap sprint car feature as our 50-50 celebrity guests, Dom the Bum and Prime Rib, are out there selling their tickets. And we'll get that all tallied up in just a little bit. By the way, we love talking about next week coming up at the New Egypt Speedway. It is Katie's race for the modifieds in memory of Katie Mancini, and that modified feature will pay a cool $4,500 to win. Oliver Communications sponsoring next Saturday night. Again, post time, 6:30. And those fan favorite match races will be underway with the Crate Sportsman division. It'll be the Mr. Crate Sportsman Classic as well. By the way, you see that QR code on the bottom of your screens watching at home. Put your phone onto camera mode, put it up to that QR code, and you will get a link pop up on your screen to our merchandise website so you can show off your support for New Egypt Speedway anywhere from the United Kingdom to Florida. We've had people watching from Maine tonight, Connecticut, of course, right here in the Great Garden State, all across the country, Canada. Everybody's watching. We've had 6,345 different people stop in throughout the evening. Right now, we have about 545 people watching from home all across the USA. Yeah, tell us where you are from in the comments section. 50-50 will be called, I believe, during the USAC Sprint Car Victory Lane. So for you folks watching at home, if you've called in, if you've purchased your tickets from our office and you're watching at home, the number will be read. The sprint car winner will pick the winning ticket. We'll also have the drawings for the autographed photos, courtesy of Jim Brown's Racing Photo, from Dominic Antonelli and Kyle Hurley. And we believe the USAC sprint cars should be staging in the staging area. The track preparations wrapped up a couple of minutes ago, and we're getting set for a big welcome back return for the USAC sprint cars. If you like what you're seeing, October, we're going to have them back. It's going to be a sprint car fans' delight. The World of Outlaws and the USAC performing on the same facility in the same night. I got to see one of them, Kurt Bettler, who's back up here in the office. I saw the USAC 410s in the World of Outlaws out at Paris Auto Speedway in California for a doubleheader. And man, oh man, was that place packed. We've seen it at Eldora, Let's Race 2, hashtag Let's Race 2. And now we're going to do it here at the New Egypt Speedway. If you like what you see tonight, imagine having the USAC 360s and the World of Outlaws all on the same night.
I mean, you can't ask for much better. You're going to have David Gravel here. You're going to have Briggs Danner, probably in a wingless sprint car. You're going to have guys by the name of Donnie Schatz, all in the same night, winged or non-winged. It's just hands down. It doesn't get much better than that if you're an open-wheel driver. I know there's a lot of guys here who love the stock cars, but even if you're a stock car fan, this is going to be one that you cannot miss here right in your backyard of the New Egypt Speedway.
All right, so fans, we got the USAC sprint cars staging up for their feature event and moving to the staging lane now. We did have someone get injured in the pit area doing something. I don't know that many details, but the ambulance is taking them to the hospital, so some thoughts for them. And the other ambulance has been dispatched to come here and take its place, so we are just going to be on hold for about 5 minutes. That ambulance is already en route and should be here within 5 minutes or so.
Got Weedsport, New York checking in with us. Massachusetts checking in. Dusty's watching from the stands, not you. By the way, a quick shout out to our video production crew this evening. Camera work being featured by Frankie on the backstretch tower and Photog Ryan on the front stretch. Behind the switcher and the TriCaster and all the graphics, that's Dustin up in the booth with us, doing a fantastic job. And we want to thank Ethan Bill. You'll see him coming out in the Sportsman feature. He's carrying our live GoPro in-car footage this evening. Chris Moore, general manager, set that up. He was concerned that it wasn't going to work because he did it. No, Chris, he did a great job. Worked flawlessly for the heat race out there. Central Pennsylvania checking in. Eddie Butchko from Florida. Devin Rodow, Browns Mills. Dusty says, if you ain't here, you ain't nowhere, baby. Two weeks from tonight, I know Pete mentioned it earlier, Camera and autograph night. That's going to be pretty cool. We haven't had one of those types of nights in a couple of years here. You get a chance to walk around and meet all the drivers. Sometimes they'll set up on the Turn 4 picnic area. Sometimes they'll bring them out in the front stretch, and you fans will have an opportunity to grab an autograph, get a selfie with your favorite driver, and meet the stars and the cars of the New Egypt Speedway up close and personal. Of course, throughout the evening, our drivers are always walking through the stands, and they're getting stopped for pictures and autographs. Very fan-friendly with the way they have the pit set up here with the grandstands. Easily accessible to our drivers. If you're watching from home, if you've never been to the New Egypt Speedway, we have a big gate in Turn 4, and our pits are located behind turns 3 and 4 all the way out to Route 539. So it's just a short walk from where the cars are pitted to the grandstand, so it makes it very easily accessible, especially after the races are done. You can get down in the pits quite in a hurry. So, Kurt Bettler, where else are the USAC sprint cars going to be heading in the next couple of weeks? I know you had a tough season trying to get it in with the rainouts at the beginning of the year, but you've had a couple great shows. I got to go down to South Jersey, see one a couple weeks ago, and you were at Big Diamond last night. So where can folks catch the USAC Sprint Car Series coming up?
Well, next Sunday evening, we're going to be at the Action Track USA, part of the Dick Tobias Classic there. It's going to be a $1,500 to win show. And as always, we got great contingencies with these cars. Everybody who starts a feature, minus the $225 we give for start money, there's a prize for just about everybody, courtesy of Valco Wheels, Ham and Light Enterprises, Fastener Specialties, Pro Kart, JPA Racing Supplies, Kreitz Racing Supplies, Roadrunner Race Fuels, Tin Hoagie Customs, DMI, Flying J of Dave Lowhead gives a $100 gift card for the 13th place finisher. Mama's Pizza, located down near the Baps Motor Speedway. Newland Enterprises, CMC, Kreider Enterprises, ERK Steering Repair, and Westfab all give contingency prizes to these guys. So you can catch us at Kutztown on August 17th. We'll be at the Williams Grove Speedway on August 29th in Mechanicsburg for a Friday night special. Then we head to the Grandview Speedway September 6th. That's bound to be a great night. It's NASCAR's night out down there at the Grandview Speedway, so we expect a huge crowd of fans down there. And then from there, I believe we head on to the Penn Can Speedway for part of the King of the Can. That's gonna be a very special event. We had an event planned there for July 4th. Crazy thing happened. A tornado hit the speedway and knocked us completely out of competition there on Friday. Thursday night, I got the call. It was supposed to be a beautiful Friday, July 4th, and away we went. And no racing that weekend, so they rescheduled us for their biggest race of the season, and it's going to be really special to get the Penn Can. From there on out, on the 20th, we hit the Bridgeport Motor Speedway, and that's bound to be a great race down there. We had a great event down there a few weeks ago. Joey Amantea picked up the win. I believe then we head to the Georgetown Speedway on September 27th. And then we're back here with the World of Outlaws on October 11th. Another stop at the Bridgeport Speedway and another Bridgeport Speedway event. So we still have some racing to do. I don't have the schedule in front of me. They just kind of point and tell me where I need to go. You know what I mean? But it's going to be a rare Friday event next time here at the New Egypt Speedway. But like I said, and we've talked about several times, with the World of Outlaws, NOS Energy Drink Sprint Cars. October 10th. I got my dates mixed up. See, every day runs together when you're in show business.
I should be out at that Action Track USA show a week from tomorrow. Haven't gotten out there yet this year. My schedule's been pretty busy during the week, but that Sunday to have the Tobias Classic featuring the USAC 360 wingless sprint cars, and you've got the 600 wingless micros as well that night. Should be a darn good show out there. It's about a 2-hour drive from the New Egypt area. Just hop on Route 78 West to the Kutztown exit, and it's about 7 miles in the heart of Kutztown, right across the street from the university. Easy to find, easy to get to. But whenever they have the big sprint cars at Action Track, you want to get there early because that parking lot fills up in a hurry.
The parking lot and my favorite spot to watch is right out of turn 2 in the infield. That's been one of my trademark places, and we had a great event there this past week with the Extreme Midgets. Great show. Wheel stands everywhere. Everything you want to see as an open wheel person. And Kutztown tried to get out there 2 times earlier this season. One time we made it almost all the way to heating the motors and had a shower pass over. It rained out the evening. So our guys are eager to get back to the USAC East Coast Action Track USA program for sure. So as I said, there's plenty of great things happening here with the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars. Tonight, $325 to start the A main, $1,600 to win. 4th place finisher gets a $50 gift certificate from Valco Wheels. Hammond Riley Enterprises, a $50 gift certificate for 5th. Fastener Specialties, $25 mystery product box. 7th finisher from Pro Kart Industries gets $50 off a complete set of chrome bumpers. 8th spot, JPA, $50 gift certificate. Kreitz Oval Track Parts for 9th spot, $30 off a $150 purchase. 10th finishing spot from Roadrunner Race Fuels, a $50 off a drum of fuel. For 11th spot, Tin Hoagie Customs, $50 cash, must run the sticker. 12th finishing spot from DMI, $25 off the order. 13th spot, Flying J from Dave Lowhead, $100 Flying J fuel card, which helps these USAC East Coast Sprint Cars get up and down the road. Valco Wheels gives a $50 gift certificate for the 14th finishing. 15th finisher gets a Mama's Pizza gift card for when we're down the central Pennsylvania area. 16th finisher from Newland's Bar Services, dyno testing of 4 torsion bars. 17th finisher, CMC gives $50 off powder coating services. 18th finisher from Kreider Manufacturing, $25 gift certificate. 19th finisher, $50 off a steering box rebuild from ERK Steering Repair. And 20th gets a $25 gift certificate for West Fab, located in Reading, Pennsylvania. We also have a hard charger from CNC Landscaping. That's $50 cash. Highest finishing 305 Sprint Car Crate, $25 cash from J&W Home Improvements. Hoosier Tire Poker Chip Draw, a free Hoosier Tire to a random finisher, which gets drawn in Victory Lane. Last night, the tire winner was Dirk Rimrot. The JPA Racing Products Hard Luck Award, $100 gift certificate. And the fast time of the night between the heat race, Consi, or feature, $50 cash, courtesy of Bittner Automotive. So there's a little something in it for everybody here in the Innovative Machine Technology USAC East Coast Sprint Cars presented by Bear Den Farms. So we're hopeful things are aligning and we'll get back to racing action here real soon. Thank you guys for all being patient out here. Hopefully the wait is worth it. With the first feature of the evening being the innovative machining technology USAC sprint cars.
Folks, remember all our caution flags here at the New Egypt Speedway are sponsored by the Roost Restaurant. That's a local American restaurant about 10 minutes north of the Speedway, right on Route 539 at the Cream Ridge Golf Course. The Roost Restaurant The Roost Restaurant boasts a dependable team, 3 experienced owners, and a beautiful and relaxing atmosphere. You can visit them on the web at www.theroostrestaurant.com or visit their Facebook page to learn more. You can head there after the races are over every Saturday night and get your first domestic beer for free with your wristband, and that is every Saturday after the races.
As a beautiful sight on the Speedway right now, race cars rolling on for the 25-lap E. Schneider & Sons Summer Showdown Finale. The starting lineup goes as this. On the pole from Old Bridge, New Jersey, driving the Allen Trucking number 71, it's Chris Allen Jr. Outside front row, in the Weichel Sportswear, number 23M, the man from Morgantown, Kenny Miller III. Inside second row. In his first ever start with the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars this season, from Flemington, New Jersey, Stan Pulaski III. Outside second row, gonna be one to watch for sure. From Phillipsburg, New Jersey, driving the Premier Lathing, number 5B, it's the conductor, Bobby Butler. Coming to you from Goshen, New York, in the number 10, a sprint car feature winner this season with the silly wing on, it's Joe Cotta in the 10. A proven winner in the Northeast and nationwide, coming to you from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania for his first sprint car start of 2025. In the Rodota Trucking number 20, a thrilling show in the heat race. This is the Phenom Alex Bright. Starting in 7th. In the Kunzman Excavating and Paving, number 21K. From Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, it's TK Tommy Kunzman. Starting in 8th. From Lincoln University, Pennsylvania. In the Chips Auto Center, Delaware Auto Glass car, it's What's Shakin' Ed Aiken. And starting in 9th, in the E. Schneider and Sons, Apache Transport, Boulevard Trucking, DRC Chassis, Ryder Racing Engines, 39 Hogue Motorsports car, it's Briggs Danner. Outside, starting in 10th, in the BDB Graphics, number 83, from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, Bruce Buckwalter Jr. A feature winner with the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars all the way back in 2020. In the Bittner Automotive, number 15, from Columbus, New Jersey, it's Mark Bittner. On his outside, from Boyertown, recently relocated to Quakertown, in the Hoyes Landscape K&W Real Estate 22R, it's the Boyertown Bullet, it's Ronald Helmack. From Milford, New Jersey, we call him the Aviator. In the number 1, rolling off 13th, Patrick Shelmonic. And on his outside, the defending champion of the USAC East Coast Sprint Car Series and point leader at the moment, from Reading, Pennsylvania, driving the Degree Engineering Roadrunner Race Fuels number 19, Stephen Dravicki. They call him the Traveler, but he's a hometown hero here in New Egypt with the News Sprint Car Series, and he is the News Sprint Car point leader all the way from Taunton, Massachusetts, in the 91D, Mick DeAugustino. And on his outside, from Bridgeton, New Jersey, driving the Highlands Power Sports Frakerone 42, on the fence, Kyle Spence. The Valco Wheels 22J of Joey Crilly, firing off in the 17th spot. The Tin Hoagie Customs Kelly owned, number 51, from Levittown, Mike Hagenbottom, rolling off 18th. In the 83P, his first start with the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars this season, from West Creek, New Jersey, Ronnie Pava rolls off 19th. And from Doylestown, we have our only female racer so far this evening in the 3H. Give it up for Heidi Hedden. 25 laps around the beautiful New Egypt Speedway. $1,600 to the victor. And if Briggs Danner can roll from 9th, he will net himself $2,600. $4,200 overall for the weekend. Not a bad payday. So we thank everybody for their patience waiting for the ambulance. We had a small issue in the pit area. But you will be rewarded with a great 25-lap sprint car feature. So who's everybody's favorites out there? Who's a fan of Chris Allen Jr. off the pole? How about Stan Pawlowski? Do we have any Bobby Butler fans out there? How about the man from Morgantown, Kenny Miller? Can Briggs Danner net the $1,000 extra and go back to back? Can point leader Steven Dravicki net back-to-back hard chargers tonight coming from 14th to storm his way to the front? Anticipation is rising in New Egypt, New Jersey. And Nicole Flood is signaling the drivers to show you their token of appreciation. If you're an open wheel fan, if you're a fan of just Saturday night dirt track racing, get your phones out, light up your lights, and show these fans and these competitors your appreciation for the innovative machining technology USAC East Coast Sprint Cars. Four wide wingless sprint cars, not a more beautiful sight in New Jersey at this moment right now. The USAC East Coast Sprint Cars presented by Bear Den Farms. Lights are out. The anticipated return of the wingless USAC sprint cars at New Egypt. Who's it gonna be? The IMT USAC East Coast sprint cars, ruts, guts, no crutch. Listen for the roar coming out of 4, green flag. Christopher Allen jumps out to an early lead over Kenny Miller. Bobby Butler jumps right into third. Pulaski, Cotta, and Bright go 3 wide. Bright goes to 4th. Chris Allen leads lap number 1 over Kenny Miller. Danner working topside midfield. He's to the outside of Ed Aiken right now. 3 wide battle. Right now, working over the man from Morgantown for second. Action all over this speedway right now. Chris Allen starting to stretch his lead. Battles for second. Here comes Alex Bright, the phenom. He's up to second. Tanner's worked his way to seventh. Christopher Allen continues to lead over Bright, Miller, Butler, and Cotta, the top five. Tanner to sixth. Dravicki slowly has started to creep his way through the field already. Dravicki started 14th, and he's attacking Aiken and Pulaski for the 8th spot. Aiken to the inside of Pulaski now. For the 8th spot, slides by. Give Aiken that 8th spot. Here comes Dravicki now. Dravicki to 9th. Allen continues to lead the race, and Briggs Danner is now in the top 5 with an outside pass to Joe Cotta. Race for the lead is starting to heat up. Chris Allen, you've got company in the form of Bethel, Pennsylvania's Alex Bright. Bright to the inside, Allen working that middle groove. Just like the heat race all over again. It's a battle with Allen and Bright. Danner to the inside of Butler for 4th. Slight job, does not there. Wheel to wheel down the backstretch. Give the 4th spot to Briggs Danner. 10 laps in, 15 to go. The race is heating up. Lap traffic could become a factor. Steven Dravicki up to 8th from his 14th starting spot, but another hard charger is Kyle Spence. He's trying to pass Ed Aiken for 9th. Spence started 16th. Spence now starting to track down the 2nd place car of Alex Bright. And traffic looms at halfway. Kenny Miller has found something, scooting off the bottom coming out of turn 2. One goes pit side, that's the BDB Graphics number 83 of Buckwalter, and Bright pulls sour. Bright off the track. Christopher Allen has caught traffic now. Can Kenny Miller or Briggs Danner capitalize off this with 10 laps to go? 1 lap car between Allen and Miller. Allen trying to dispose of Hedden and Shimonik. Allen has to go top side. Allen to the outside of Patrick Shimonik. It's gonna get tight going into 3 and 4. Forces Allen to use the outside of the Speedway. Allen disposes of the number 1. Miller has visually started to reel in the number 71. Business is picking up at the front of the field as now Kenny Miller is like a proverbial shark smelling blood going into turn 3. He wants that victory. Lap cars side by side in front of the race leader. Where does Allen go? Miller licking his chops down the backstretch. What's Miller gonna go do? Top side of the speedway on Chris Allen. Allen shuts the door, coming out of 4. Side by side once again. It's a 3-car battle for the lead now. Briggs Danner enters the fray. Danner to the outside of Miller. Danner to the outside of Allen. 2 lap cars have a log jam in front of the leaders. Allen threads the needle and gets by. Miller now to the inside. Christopher Allen just made magic through lap traffic. Christopher Allen continues to lead over Kenny Miller and a hard charge in Briggs Danner. Danner to the inside of Miller, can't make anything work. Miller now, big drive down the backstretch into 3. Slide job, he's got it. Kenny Miller's gonna lead with 2 laps to go. Allen tries to slide him back, but it's the man from Morgantown taking the lead, coming to the white flag. White flag is out for Kenny Miller. Does Allen have anything to say? Led the entire race down the back. Weichel Sportswear, 23M, the man from Morgantown enters high. Through the middle, for his second win of the season, the man from Morgantown, Kenny Miller, the third. Christopher Allen second, Briggs Danner third.
And race fans, that is how sprint car racing is done. Holy mackerel. What a great race. 3 cars battling in lap traffic. And Kenny Miller, who had faded back in 3rd, catches the front runners and takes the win. Top 3 all right together, and the race goes non-stop in a time of 8 minutes and 48 seconds.
New Egypt Speedway, what did you think about that one?
Get done. I gotta do the 50-50.
Christopher Allen led from start to almost finish. Give him a round of applause. A great run for Christopher Allen in the 71. And how about ninth starting Briggs Danner throwing his hat into the ring. He wanted that $1,000, you could tell, but just came up a little bit short. He's rolled across the scales, ladies and gentlemen, in the 23M Weichel Sportswear car. Rolling into victory lane, the man from Morgantown, Kenny Miller. He's climbing up top. 10-foot tall sprint car right now, Kenny Miller. Don't pull a Connor Zillich, please. I almost jumped out of the plexiglass. That was one hell of a race. Tell me, what was going through your mind towards the end of that one?
Well, you know, in the beginning, it honestly took me a little bit to remember how to run this place. We've never been here before, and you know, Alex blew our doors off down there getting early, and I really thought he was going to be, you know, the one to beat there, and then he slowed off of 4, and then I don't know. I started entering. I don't know if it was by mistake or what, but I started entering real high down there, and I could cut across real nice, and then really shoot down the backstretch. And you know, I kept doing that, and it was really working. I still didn't really know where to go in 3 and 4, but then, you know, we started getting slowed up by the lappers, and then, you know, it's so hard to judge where the cars are because, you know, you come off, you can come to a point, but I felt like I navigated him real good, and then, you know, he just washed up the one lap, and yeah, I just hit it real nice and took off. But yeah, this is awesome. The car was great, so you know, I just can't thank my parents enough. Weichel Sportswear, Ken Cycle Repair, Butler Built Seats, Kelly Race Fuels, East Coast Transponders, and everybody else helps out in this deal. This is probably the first race I think I've ran in the sprint car. I think it was BAPS was the last place we raced. So yeah, we're rolling pretty good right now. I guess Big Diamond, but you know, we're rolling pretty good right now. So glad to be back.
Yeah, most definitely. It's glad to have you back. Heard you went on a pretty long vacation there. But yeah, most definitely, Alex blew your doors off, and then all of a sudden you started to reel them back in, and we were all talking amongst ourselves in the booth, and you were one of the fastest cars on the racetrack at that point, and I knew if the race got to traffic, you were going to make a show out of it.
Yeah, and you know, I'm typically better when the track gets slicker, so I knew our car would come in, you know, in the later stages. It held moisture a little bit more than I thought it would, so I mean, the track was fantastic, but yeah, I think definitely around the halfway point, I felt my car start to come to me a little bit, and knew I had to go because, you know, Chris and Alex were still way out front at that point.
Yeah, most definitely. Great to have you back. Great to have everybody here at New Egypt Speedway. Give it up one more time for Kenny Miller III.
That was a great show. I got 2 other tickets for you to read.
Winning 50-50 ticket is going to be 183168. 183168. White ticket. Kyle got the red ticket, 758973. And Dom got the white ticket, 183552.
50-50's worth $1,079.
So the 50-50's worth $1,079. Head to the track office to claim it. Ladies and gentlemen of New Egypt Speedway, thank you for having the USAC East Coast Sprint Cars. We hope to be back in very soon and put on a great show here. We'll be back here October 10th with the World of Outlaw Sprint Cars.
All right, this is the way they're going to line up for your Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman 25-lap feature event. Starting on the pole, driving the Shockwave Racing Technologies number 1W, that is Lexi Wilson. Lexi Wilson in the 1W. And lining up alongside of Lexi, driving the Scarpati Recycling number S2, that is John Scarpati. Third starting spot, the Flemington Auto Body number 17 of Dan Fleming. And lining up alongside of Fleming, driving the number 89 out of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, Mike Toth. Fifth starting position, the Lions Construction, Hugs for Brady number 88 of Glenn McIntyre. Lining up alongside of McIntyre out of Neptune, New Jersey, and the 51 is Ryan Marr. Seventh starting position, the G&T Erectors number 32C of David Malozar. Then it'll be Ryan Simmons in the Elegant Exteriors number 20, our defending champion. He will start 8th outside row number 4. Ninth starting position, the Service Tire Truck Center's number 5W of Pat Wall, a feature winner this year. Ryan Heim, who's a 2-time feature winner out of Parkertown, New Jersey, is in the 18. He will start 10th. 11th starting spot, the A. Yaros Industries 41 of Nick Van Wickle, and lining up alongside of him in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 14, a feature winner back in May here, that is Ethan Bill. Bill will be carrying the in-car camera here in the feature event. 13th starting spot in the short low ready mix concrete number 04 is Mike Butler. Butler second in points. He does not have a win, but has a couple of second place finishes so far. And lining up alongside of him, a feature winner this year, a couple of weeks ago, driving the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill number 29, Matt Ellery. 15th starting position in the Premio Sausage Bubba Burgers number 72. That is point leader Steve Davis. Lining up alongside of Davis, driving the number 18R is Ryan Krasinski from Somerset. 17th starting spot, the 81 of John Norsha. Sean Cook lines up alongside of him in the Christensen Recycling number 9X. Dylan Morris is in the Spellbound Brewery number 34. He'll start 19th, and alongside of him, the 1221 Services number 28 of Thomas Pritchka. Tyler Vital is driving the Frank Peters Auto and Truck Repair number 17, and he'll start in the 21st spot. Tommy Klimkowski is in the 22, starting in 22nd with the 22. Aiden Spencer is in the 921. Crix Bergstrom is in the number 3, and Hunter Plosky is in the number 27. Ironically, all three rookies end up starting at the rear just by the way qualifying took place. And this will be your wave lap coming up this time by. This is your chance to get on your feet. Wave your hands over your head. Wave your hat. Wave anything you have. You can wave your shirt over your head, your jacket. And we are getting ready to go racing here at the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman Feature Event. 25 laps the distance. The lights are off. They are 2x2. The New Egypt Speedway pace truck making the left into the infield. Race fans, are you ready to feel the thunder in the pines? Because the sportsmen are ready to go racing. Lexi Wilson grabbing the early lead. Look out, cars together in turn number 2, but only one left sitting there. About 4 cars got together over there. Ryan Krasinski was in the air, bouncing over somebody's front end. The car left sitting there that the yellow came out or was Tyler Vital in the 17, a regular at the Big Diamond Speedway, making the move here tonight. Vital will rejoin at the rear here. He really was the victim there, as he had no place to go and ended up facing the wrong way, and that was the lesser of the evils there, as car stays in one piece, gets a little wrinkled, but he ends up avoiding being in a bigger accident there. So we'll have a complete restart as Vital drops to the rear, which is only 4 spots from where he was starting. All right, here they come. Racing. Through 1 and 2 and down the back, it is Scarpati leading the way as Lexi Wilson right behind, working through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Into turn number 3, Lexi Wilson down on the bottom. Side by side, Nerf bar to Nerf bar, leaning on Scarpati, but Scarpati leads by less than a wheel, about a half a wheel at the line. Lexi Wilson working the inside of the speedway. Mike Toth is following the two of them in third. Then it's Malozar and Simmons. Into turn number 3, Scarpati sails it in on the outside. Oh, Lexi Wilson snap spins in front of the field, and now everybody getting together trying to avoid that. And we got 2 separate piles. Nick Van Wickle is broke, both the rear and the front end, and the whole side of the car is peeled off on the right side. Looks like there's 10 cars involved. A couple have pulled away here, and I'm going to give them as they come by. Ryan Simmons, who was running in the 5th position. Dan Fleming in the 17, the 29 of Matt Ellery, Ethan Bill in the 14, John Norsha in the 81, that's 5, Ryan Hyman the 18 is 6, the 89 of Mike Toth is 7, Nick Van Wickle is broke, he's 8, rookie Chris Bergstrom is 9, the 9X of Sean Cook is 10, and Lexi Wilson, who spun in the beginning there in the 1W, would be 11. 11 cars involved. And the reason the 9X stopped there in the middle, it looked like he just kind of pulled around and just stopped, but he must have hit something before he got between the 2 piles there, because he is broke and needs a wrecker. And, of course, Nick Van Wickle's going to need a wrecker here. He has a broken right rear wheel or shock. The right front is broke, and the whole side of the car is peeled off. Now, point leader Steve Davis, who got through that, is coming around the field and going to the pits with damage. He was involved as well.
Pete, you mentioned 2 separate piles. That was actually 2 separate wrecks that happened at the same time. At the same time, Lexi Wilson was going around. Ryan Simmons got around directly behind her. The 2 incidents, from what I saw, were not even related. And we're going to try to get a couple of different looks at this here and see if the replays show that. But it was almost simultaneous spins by Lexi and Ryan Simmons.
Well, and here's the replay. But actually, there's you see Lexi getting around. Yeah, Simmons was already around when she went around. And about 10 car lengths behind that, that actually helped her. She was spinning in front of the whole field. That field would have been bearing down on her, but instead Simmons got sideways, and we had cars pile into him and cause that second pile right. Oh, there it is right there. Oof-ah.
The stationary camera in the middle of 3 and 4. And you're going to watch, it looks like Dan Fleming and Ryan Simmons got together, and Ryan Simmons went around at the same time Lexi was going around. Now watch right in the middle of your screen, right there. And they just went for the same piece of real estate, it looked like, and that was completely unrelated to what happened with Lexi.
And I just saw what happened to Sean Cook as he clipped the 81 of John Norsha. He was the last one into that, trying to sneak through, and Norsha was one of the last ones in ahead of him and kind of pulled right in front of him there, and then he went over his wheel, I think, and broke something. Well, Lexi Wilson's back out of the pit. She rejoins. Looks like Dylan Morris may have gotten some damage bouncing through there as well. There you see you just saw Cook go over a wheel. Mike Toth is back out. He had gone to the pits. There comes point leader Steve Davis. Here's the replay again, yeah. Looked like Simmons and Fleming both wanted the bottom groove there. Fleming got his nose under him going into the corner, and then they made contact and collected a whole bunch. Nobody had any place to go behind them. They were in a very busy part of the racetrack there. It looks like the 04 of Mike Butler may have a right rear tire going down. Not sure of that. I caught a glimpse of it. It looked like it was low to me, but
we're going to take a look at that Mikey Butler machine as he comes by the front stretch one more time. Pete's astute eyes spy an issue potentially with the right rear.
I don't want to say it but it didn't look right when it came by. I can't see.
Hard to tell.
Well, it's hard to tell. Maybe it's okay.
Took a couple of hard shots in that pileup. Pretty amazing the 14 is able to continue there. We are going back to racing this time by.
A lot of cars being able to rejoin. Got 22 out there. We had 24 on the last restart. Here they come. Racing. Into 1 and 2, all stacked together behind Malozar, who led them through 1 and 2. Glenn McIntyre battling with the 04 of Mike Butler. There's another car over there, too, coming around the outside, and that is Scarpati battling with McIntyre for second. Butler was involved in that. Now he's on the bottom. McIntyre gets up on the high side there, and now Butler will work under him for third as Scarpati charging after Malozar. Malozar is your leader in the 32C. Behind McIntyre in fifth is Ryan Marr, and Ryan Simmons is back to sixth already in the 20. Holy, I know there was a lot of cars involved, and he stayed on the track, which moved him up, but he has passed several cars coming back through. Now we got a car way up on the outside, and that's Glenn McIntyre. Simmons gets by him, as did Marr. Simmons back into the top 5. Thomas Pritchka is sixth. Oh, Marr is slowing on the backstretch. That's going to cause cars to check up. Fortunately for the one-way radio, they tell him that he's there, and Marr will coast to the pit area. We stay green. Mike Butler battling with John Scarpati for second, and Butler will take the spot down there. Simmons up to fourth now. Glenn McIntyre fifth. Thomas Pritchka is sixth. Pritchka started way in the back in 20th position. Was able to avoid that wreck, and that really helped him. Ethan Bill is seventh behind Pritchka. Then it's Ellery in eighth. Davis is back from the pits and up to ninth. And the 18 Orion Heim is 10th. And the newcomer, Tyler Vital, is running 11th currently in the number 17, the white 17T, with the Fleming and the other 17 right behind him. That's your top 12 right now as they complete lap number 9 down the front. It is Malozar leading by about half a straightaway. Mike Butler second with Ryan Simmons closing in on him. John Scarpati is running a solid fourth. Ethan Bill now battling with Glenn McIntyre for fifth. Pritchka right on their back bumper. Ethan Bill now taking the fifth spot off of turn number 4. Ellery down on the bottom, looking to squeeze through. Pritchka holding them off there side by side. Malozar on cruise control right now at this point as he completes lap number 11. We're 2 laps from the halfway sign as Simmons puts a slider up onto the inside of Butler, but Butler is there. They'll race side by side down the back through the tri-oval. And the yellow lights are on. And we have a car backwards. That is John Norsha, spun in turn number 4 on the high side in the 81. Yellow lights coming on with 11 laps complete. Malozar didn't make the line there to complete lap number 12. We would have needed more than just a leader by anyway. And we'll
catch their breaths out there. A lot of close calls under that long extended green flag racing. My eyes, Pete, are on that number 20 of Ryan Simmons, who started deep in the pack after that massive incident, and now he was battling for the runner-up spot. Folks, that number 20 certainly is hot to trot tonight. Ethan Bill all the way back up to 5th as well. How many people in the stands are hoping Malozar can hold on for the feature win? Any Ryan Simmons fans out there? How about Mikey Butler with a good run in the 04? Well, we'll see what happens, but there were a lot of oh my heart moments, especially when Ryan Marr broke in the middle of the backstretch with the whole field barreling down. But you said it, those one-way in-car radios were able to alert the field of the issue, and he was still moving and got out of the groove without getting run over and got safely back to the pit area. So we're going to hold our breath and go back to racing. We're just shy of halfway. Pete, this is getting good. I don't know if the 32 and the 04 can hold off the charging Ryan Simmons.
Well, Malozar in the 32C looking for his first win of the year. He had 2 here last year, his first 2 of his career. Mike Butler also looking for his first win of the year, as is Ryan Simmons. John Scarpati has never won here. Of course, Simmons way up in the win total, second on the all-time win list with 13. Here they come off the corner, and we are back to green. 11 down and 14 to go. Malozar on the bottom. Mike Butler getting a great run off the outside. Remember, the leader had lane choice. Malozar chose the inside, and Butler makes the outside pay. He moves around Malozar, and Mike Butler is going to lead lap number 12. Mike Butler, 6 career wins. His last one was last July. It's been 13 months for him. Simmons in that 3rd spot as they race through 3 and 4, and off the corner, Ethan Bill has moved to 4th. John Scarpati trying to hang on to a top 5, but Matt Ellery has other ideas and moves underneath Scarpati in turn 2. Scarpati will chase him down the back. Then it is McIntyre 7th, Davis 8th, Heim is 9th, and Tom Pritchka is 10th. Look at this battle for second on the back bumper of the leader, Simmons and Malozar. Simmons not only around him, but goes around Mike Butler and into the lead. Ryan Simmons 2 for 1 on the outside, blows by both of them in turn number 2, and Ryan Simmons will lead lap 15, 10 laps to go. Butler second, Malozar and Ethan Bill now in a battle for third as Bill got up on the outside, but he'll fall back in behind Malozar. Ellery is fifth, Steve Davis the point leader now to sixth. And looking for more, and he's underneath Ellery and now scored in fifth. Simmons 3-4 car lengths on Mike Butler as they move down the back. Ellery trying to return the favor on Steve Davis as he drives back underneath him. They race side by side through 3 and 4. And Ellery leaning on him there. Ellery by half a car length at the start-finish line. Malozar has Ethan Bill breathing down his neck, and he's not far behind. He's only a couple of car lengths behind Butler for second, as Simmons has opened up just a little breathing room here at the front. Dan Fleming retires. He is off the track and in the infield. Simmons by about 8 car lengths heading into turn number 3, right on Butler. Butler running second. He's got Malozar still breathing down his neck, and Ethan Bill in Malozar's shadow there. Davis is fifth, not by much, with Ellery again pulling to the inside of Davis. Scarpati seventh, Ryan Heim has moved to eighth, and it's McIntyre and Pritchka. 5 to go, 5 laps to go down the front. The 5 to go sign is out. Simmons with things well in hand, little lap traffic coming here. Butler has held off Malozar and Ethan Bill. They are all right together. That is a battle brewing here. Steve Davis has finally been able to pull away from Ellery a little bit. He has not caught the 3 in front of him. And here comes Ethan Bill under Malozar, and Bill with a slider and takes the third spot. Malozar crosses him over off a 2. Malozar back under Ethan Bill. They're side by side going into 3. Davis is closing in on both of them. 2 laps to go, 2 to go for the leader. He has a half a straightaway now over Mike Butler. Ryan Simmons, 2 to go and a half straightaway lead. Malozar got back by Bill, and Bill back around the outside and surges ahead of him going into 3. What a great battle going on for third. White flag is out. Simmons has a lap car now between himself and the rest of the field. Malozar by half a car length at the line for third, and here comes Ethan Bill, and they are even going down the back through the tri-oval. Checkered flag coming out. Ryan Simmons' first win of the year, career win number 14 for Ryan Simmons. Mike Butler will get second, and right on his bumper is Malozar and Ethan Bill side by side, and Bill settles for fourth as Malozar beats him to the line for third. Davis is fifth, and Mike Butler, after the checkered, went up to the fence and slid up there and almost stopped, and now he will go to the scale. But there is something either wrong with Malozar or with Mike Butler with his car. He went right to the scale this time. He came to an abrupt halt, like he hit the brakes hard over there after he slid up out of the way, and now he goes across the scale and will head to the pits. So Ryan Simmons is your winner.
Mikey Butler finishes second. Malozar and Ethan Bill with that side-by-side battle down to the line. Malozar gets third, Ethan Bill fourth. Steve Davis is fifth, Matty Ellery is sixth. Ryan Heim finishes seventh. John Scarpati with a good run in eighth. Glenn McIntyre rebounds to ninth, and Mike Toth finishes in 10th. Well, that move by Ryan Simmons to get 2 spots from third to first in just one turn could be the move of the night, And I'm sure Pete Wortman's going to ask him about that when he gets down to victory lane. There's Ryan Simmons pulling into victory lane. We will send it downstairs to Pete Wortman, and we'll have your winner here momentarily. Ryan Simmons, your Sportsman feature event winner.
All right, Ryan Simmons pulling into victory lane. And Simmons, who looked strong early, got in that accident, had to come all the way from the rear and drove on a mission. Elegant exteriors, roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. Tri-County Party Rentals, Belmont's Garage, Spence's, Alpha Home Improvement, Precision Hydraulic and Oil. Ryan getting the apparatus off here. And Ryan's on the door of the car. He can hear. Let's hear it for Ryan Simmons. I think Ryan's caught his breath now. We'll get a quick word with you. It's the last race tonight. We can talk for a little bit here. So, Ryan, let's talk about the beginning of the race. So, in the beginning of the race, you got together over there in turn 3 and ended up in a pile. And fortunately, there was not enough damage to the car to even have to go to the pits. And that made a big deal because you ended up ahead of numerous cars that were in that accident.
Yeah, that really sucked. I thought my night was over. I was just holding on tight, waiting for everybody behind me to pile in and destroy my car. Luckily, I got the bare end of it. Sometimes you're just lucky. I won this for my dad. His birthday was yesterday. I won this for Andy Belmont because he's been pushing me all year, telling me don't be stupid, just try things. And we listened to him. And thank you, Kyle Belmont. He helped me a lot. We tried off the wall stuff tonight, and damn if it didn't work pretty good.
So it kind of looked like after the accident, the car almost looked faster. I think because you were at the front, you were conserving. It was early, and it was only 2 laps in. And even though you had plenty of time, I think, did that give you a sense of urgency to have to come through there?
Yeah, I get really pissed off easily. So when that happened, I was just driving like a pissed off teenager, except with some car control, I guess. But, I saw that I restarted like 11th or something like that, and I needed to be on the bottom the first few laps. And then Mikey and David were battling hard, and I said, I ain't going to do anything sitting down here. I'm just going to watch them battle. And I was like, there ain't no losers in the Hall of Fame, right? So I said, I got to go up top. And I just sailed the top. And once I got around them pretty quick, and I said, well, I ain't leaving. So I was just glad a caution didn't come out. I didn't know how far ahead I was. I knew Ethan was right there, too, and he was going to be really strong. So I just did everything I could to just hit my marks and not screw up. And I was just glad. It's been a long year for us. We should have had a couple wins by now, and things just happen where it doesn't fall your way. And you start to question yourself. And a lot of people helped me out. Jimmy, Mike. My sponsors, Elegant Exteriors. Belmont's Garage, Tri-County Party Rentals. Everybody that helps us out. Mark Bittner, he helps me out a lot. Don Buffalino, I got to go drink with him tonight now. I told him if I wanted, I'd go to Sayreville and drink. So hopefully he won Bridgeport. But it's tough sometimes when you get down on yourself and you start to question whether you're actually good or not. But I work really hard to try and figure out what I need to do. And I work a lot, and I talk to Kyle Belmont. He helps me a lot, honestly. And this setup was his idea, and damn if it didn't work.
Well, it's good to see you get that monkey off your back. It's been an up and down here. You've had some good finishes. You're right up there. You're in the hunt for the points again. So you're going to have a good, strong finish, but this is certainly a step towards that.
Yeah, we need some things to fall our way for points. Trying to defend a championship is really hard, and it's not something that, there's 30, 35 cars here weekly, whatever it is, 25, 35, whatever. One of them is going to win a championship. It's the hardest thing to do in racing. That comes after the fact. I always tell my dad I'd rather win than win a championship. I won my championship. It was fun, but I like winning races. This is fun. You're going to stand in the same place for a championship, so might as well get wins.
Well, congratulations, Ryan. Great job. Love to see you here in Victory Lane. Enjoy it. Go celebrate.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I will celebrate.
Let's hear it for Ryan Simmons. Career win, number 14 for Ryan Simmons. And with the night over, remember next Saturday night, it is Katie's race, paying $4,500 to win for the modifieds. Regular time, racing will get underway at 6:30, warm-ups at 5:30. We also have the Mr. Crate Classic rescheduled to next week as well, which also will be sponsored by, well, we'll have the Sportsman match races and the whole night sponsored by Oliver Communications Group and Oliver Construction. Let's send it up to Jim Murdoch, and he'll close things out for us tonight. Jim?
Thank you very much, Pete. We hope everybody gets home safely. Thank you so much for everybody tuning in live on YouTube. That's going to wrap up our broadcast for this evening for you folks in the stands. We hope to see you back here next Saturday night. Pete just told you what's happening. Remember, bring a first-time dirt fan with you. Without your support, we would not be here. So we thank you so very much for coming out for USAC Sprint Car Night. Can't wait till they return October 10th. On behalf of the entire management team, we thank you so very much for patronizing New Egypt Speedway, your Saturday at home in the Pines for dirt track excitement. Get home safely. We'll see you back here 1 week from tonight. Good night, everybody. Thanks again.